And welcome back to Boomer Football on Z92. Tyler Riggs, Eric Scott, and Clint Sheldon with you as we are just about 11 minutes away from kickoff here, getting pretty close. And I do want to mention, too, before I forget, of course, Boomer TV. You can find this game on Boomer TV. Go to boomertv.net. If for some reason it's not working for you there, you go z92online.com. And we've got the stream link to Boomer TV there as well. So check them out. Kurt Province, Chris Godwin, those guys do a great job. And the student help that they get, always phenomenal. So check them out. And fellas, we heard there Coach Luchin talking about last week. Of course, confirming what we had thought in terms of Ryan Douglas. Thought he performed pretty well. And then we really highlighted that secondary, too. Denzel Emery, Douglas himself there for most of the game. The sophomores, doing a great job. And Denzel especially. Eric, just what a game he had. Was able to match up with the top threats there against Chickasha on the outside and really prevented a lot of those big plays over the top.
Yeah, he had, I'm picturing one play, over here.
Far side, yeah.
Yeah, far side. I think he knocked it down at about the 10-yard line where he went up, made a great defensive play. And again, I bring back sophomores.
Yeah.
These are young guys that are in there making big plays for the Boomers. We also talked about Weatherford. Weatherford was his first game. He didn't know, really didn't know if he was going to get to play this season, because of moving back and all that kind of stuff. And so it was good to get to see him on the field. Now he's producing on the defensive side of the ball. So, again, young guy, it's going to continue to grow.
And Clint, I know we talked about you were up here kind of shadowing this, and one guy that we were talking about was moving Hunter Harrison from that, defensive line down lineman spot to middle linebacker. I know Eric talked about it as well, but just the freedom that Hunter had playing that middle linebacker spot, aggressive into the gaps, and really was a guy that was first contact a lot of times whenever Malik Murphy would get in the hole on a run and did a fantastic job.
Yes, for sure. And more importantly, it wasn't an easy challenge going up against Malik Murphy
and
stopping him. So that should say something in itself about how good of a job that he actually did in being aggressive and attacking those gaps.
For sure. And do want to highlight John Marshall's head coach, first-year head coach for them, guy that had been around, a familiar name for people if you're familiar with more of the kind of Metro or other teams there. Chris Barris, who spent 6 seasons at Plainview, had a lot of success there from 2009-2014, and then went to Arkansas for a little bit. Silo Christian actually called him up. So he was defensive coordinator over there, stepped away from head coaching, but got some big experience there and came back and coached at Ada for 4 seasons. First season he goes to the state title game, and they lose a tough one to Heritage Hall, of course, always a perennial power. But he's only missed playoffs in his head coaching career just one season going into his 11th year here. His compiled record is 78-45, and obviously this year may not be one of those years he makes the playoffs, but Eric, when you got a guy like this that knows what he's doing, it's going to take time to kind of get things right, but you could see the improvement for John Marshall from a discipline standpoint on film from last year to this year. Still some growing pains. You're going to have that with a new coach and a new system, but despite the record, this is not going to be a John Marshall team that's just out there not knowing what they're doing. They're coached well.
Right. And that's whenever you go to a program like John Marshall, you got your work cut out for you.
Yeah.
But like you said, he's got his coaching chops. It's some good programs. Obviously, Ada. It's not the Ada of the 90s,
Sure.
but they've still had some success. He was over at Shiloh Christian, which, if anybody knows anything about Arkansas football,
that's big time.
That is one of the schools.
Yeah.
And, so doing what he did over at Shiloh Christian, even as a coordinator, Shiloh Christian, that's an incredible job to have. And then, like you said, down at Plainview as well. Plainview has had pretty good football teams, and a lot of that comes out of the coaching. So when you bring in a guy like that, you're bringing in a guy who people want. You're bringing in a winner. He's there to establish some discipline, and that's probably what he's really doing right now is establishing that discipline, kind of moving the program the direction he wants to go, and then he can start building on that going into next year.
Yeah, and they got that big win last week against Shawnee. Not a district competition, but one I'm sure is a big confidence booster for them. So they're going to be coming in playing with that confidence. Well, we got under 7 minutes here before kickoff. We'll step aside for another break, come back, talk about some starting lines and some changes there, and break down the matchup just a bit further. You're listening to Boomer Football on Z92. And welcome back to Boomer Football here on Z92. Clint Shelton, Eric Scott, Tyler Riggs with you. And, we've taken a pretty deep dive into the matchup here. Let's talk about some of the story of the lineup. Highlight John Marshall real quick offensively, some of their key guys. Starts at quarterback with Dorian Middleton, the senior, a converted wide receiver into quarterback this year. Not really a guy that is going to be known for throwing the deep ball, but they put this offense in mainly a shotgun empty set to allow some of those motions and give him some options when it comes to a running game, and they go quick, short passes. Really, this offense is about trying to get in space for John Marshall. And they've got plenty of guys on the outside. The big one to watch, who they'll move from receiver to running back and kind of move him around, it's going to be Kylan Jordan, the 5'9" senior there. A good athlete that they like to get the ball into his hands, primarily on those sweeps. Sometimes they line him up, like I said, in the backfield. But, Eric, it's an attack that still is trying to find its footing. And I know watching film, Coach Beers has kind of went through a different couple iterations of this offense. And I think for them, this is probably going to be the most consistent version we see. Like I said, they got that one against Shawnee last week. A lot of that was through that run game and attacking those edges and getting in space. So tackling going to be hugely important for the Boomers tonight. And I think we could agree, for the most part, last week did a really good job, as well as you could, on Malik Murphy. I mean, that's a guy that takes angles away, and there was plenty of good open field tackles. So you think if they bring that same effort tonight that they'll be able to have a bit more success in terms of stopping that run and attack?
Well, I think overall, the being able to stop the run, it's kind of weird because against Newcastle, the run is what beat us. Last week, technically, the run is what beat us. But we've done a really good job, especially the past couple of weeks, of, being able to stop that run. The way we can kind of stretch the field out, is one advantage. I think, we're pretty athletic on the defensive side, and so, and on that line. So being able to stretch the field and kind of keep those guys contained, and especially something like this where they like to stretch it out. Credit to John Marshall, coach. He takes his best athlete, he puts his best athlete, at quarterback, and he says, let's just work with that. And so, I think if the Boomers tonight are able to, keep from big gains, I think the Boomer defense will help the Boomers pull away with this tonight.
And Clint, the Boomers get some good news this week, getting Taylon Laird back on the outside receiver, also being able to have him defensively at safety. You factor in with, as we talked about over on the K111 side when CJ checked in, the confidence of Ryan Douglas, not shying away from the challenge, if you will. How important do you think it will be for the Boomers to have that balance night, both in the run game with Ace Long and then being able to hit the big receivers like Taylon Laird or Cass Shipley with Ryan in the pass game there?
I think that means that they'll actually be able to go a little bit more vertical, I'm hoping, in terms of Ace Long running it, and maybe that'll set up the play action for Taylon.
Yeah, for sure. Get some of those guys open on the outside. Well, we got just, a couple of minutes left here before kickoff. Team's about to come out of the tunnel. I haven't seen the coin toss yet, so we'll step aside for our final break so we can come back and have the kickoff for you. You're listening to Boomer Football on Z92. And welcome back here to Boomer Football on Z92. Clint Shelton, Eric Scott, Tyler Riggs with you. And both teams finally making their way onto the field. We're about on time. That clock's hitting zeros, if you will, here for the pregame. It's right at 7, and the rest making their way. So we should have the coin toss coming to us here in just a minute. Before we get going, I do want to thank some great sponsors that partner with us here on Z92. High Plains Tire, a gold sponsor of the Boomer Coaches Show, and a lot more with us. Top Cat Formal Wear and Accessories, Dairy Queen, who's our halftime sponsor, Caleb Roach Insurance, Great Plains National Bank, Dr. Chrisley Mosley, First Republican Title Crew, or title company. I don't know why I said crew, excuse me. Triple Clean Car Wash, Divine's Radio Shack, KFC Taco Bell, and Long Shots Bar and Grill, who is our host of the Boomer Coaches Show. Took a bye week on that with fall break. Didn't want to have to hassle everybody into the show, and who knows what activities they got going on in terms of trying to set up vacation plans or whatnot. So looks like the captain's getting ready to come out to midfield here for the coin toss. Now the problem is we got a bit of a problem here because we got the band, the students, fans lined up around that Woodward helmet, so it's kind of right on the W. W tonight, of course, painted pink for breast cancer awareness, pink out game. So we've seen a lot of pink out there. The Boomers in their jerseys not even pink, but guys like Taylor Laird got the pink socks, the pink towel, the pink gloves. Got Luis Corral down there with the pink arm sleeve and some wristbands. So pinking it out that way for sure. And it looks like captain-wise, it's going to be Hunter Harrison, Ethan Matt, Taylor Laird, and Luis Corral, the 4 seniors there. And a couple, let's see here for John Marshall. Looks like Dorian Middleton is going to be one of their captains, quarterback that we were talking about. Shaz Guilford, another senior, a receiver for them, going to be a captain there. And their big left tackle, Creighton Sanderfield, is also their kicker, big man kicker. Always love to see the big man kickers. They'll come out to not quite center field, about the 45, because as we were talking about the lineup there. But beautiful night here at Boomer Stadium. Weather about right, about 70 degrees there. Good fall weather, perfect football.
Yeah, perfect football weather. Plenty of seats if you want to get out here and catch the game. Like I said, there, a lot of pink. It's always interesting to come out and see the pink on how much it pops.
Oh yeah.
And I think the Boomer crowd has done a great job of, coming out festive. You got the band down there with pink on, and
yeah, I got their pink. I don't know what they call those at the top. I
forget
the technical name. Little fuzzy things at the top.
Fuzzy things. There we go. I have no idea what you
Daisy
call
Croc would be slapping me right now.
So, Clint, what do you think those are called? Do you have an idea?
I have no idea.
Clint was not in band. He was tried.
Was not in band.
So but again, like I said, it's always great. On these nights to honor those who are survivors or warriors of cancer. And we know everybody knows somebody who's been touched by cancer in their lives. And,
absolutely.
And so it's just great to be able to show that. And I like how, they've gone, to recognize the fact that this is all different cancers.
Yes.
Breast Cancer Awareness Month, but they, kind of pull in all different cancers. And tonight they honored Karen Harrison,
yes.
Who Hunter's mom who battled cancer, and and she's doing great now. So
good to see for sure. And we're back at the coin toss here. The refs going over the coin toss rules and everything for them real quick. But Boomer crowd filling in, getting there a little bit. John Marshall, obviously that's a long trip, so their crowd not quite fully there, but I could understand it.
They got a few more
than
a few minutes ago.
Don't forget as well right now, of course, Friday Night Quick Score is going on over on K101. Pretty much all of Oklahoma playing on Thursday night. Just a few games tomorrow night in the area. And then Texas, Kansas primarily playing tomorrow as well. So they'll preview some of those big matchups across the state lines, if you will.
And I'm really surprised that we still are having the majority of our games on Thursday night in fall break.
Yeah. With
the official shortage that's going on. And, I get last year, whenever I was an athletic director at the school, we got an email saying, hey, we may be asking to play on Thursday or Saturday.
Right.
And that was 8-man.
Yeah.
So I was kind of surprised not to see that kind of balance out a little bit more this year on Friday night. But, and fall break it's a weird week.
It is, yeah.
The kids don't have their normal going to school. We go through the process, At Woodward's great as far as we have pep rallies for every home game. Well, when you have a Thursday night home game, when you hadn't been in school, you don't have pep rally. And that kind of throws things off a little bit. So, but again, both teams are in that same scenario. So you still got to lace them up, put your shoulder pads on, and go out there and hit each other.
Looks like that John Marshall won the toss, deferred, and they're going to kick. So we will see the Woodward offense. Ryan Douglas led this week on the field first, and the chance to kind of come out and set that tone. I know, Eric and Clint, you could add to this too if you want. We've seen the last couple of weeks and really kind of most of the season, they've kind of struggled to get out of the gates at times, and you want to really be able to get out of the gate strong, establish that tempo early on tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, like Clint talked about, it'd be nice to see them to come out and, yeah, we have a quarterback, that's making his first start. Got to play last week. You get that opportunity to get in and kind of get that out of the way. But, like to see them kind of establish that run game throughout the first, really the first drive or two even, and then you can start going vertical with having Taylor and Laird back in the lineup.
Absolutely. Well, 12 minutes on the clock. Boomers, as you heard there, came out of the golden helmet. And John Marshall getting ready on their sideline. Looks like the Boomers will be receiving this. I always forget the ends here. What do we got? West or south?
This would be the south. This
South
would be the
end,
north.
Yeah. And I tried to poke you. I tried to stab you with the pin. Yeah, it looks like Boomers going to be receiving that from the south end scoreboard side. If you're unfamiliar there, like me. But, well, no, I may have been wrong. I guess Woodward will kick. Here's me reading my song. Russ pointed to John Marshall. All right, that's not my fault.
Hey.
Like,
They had a long drive too. Sounds like they're at Oklahoma City Crew. They had a long drive to get up here too. So.
Coming in deep, which again to the point you're talking about the rest, you got to pull them from everywhere.
You do.
In
well,
terms of
and that's
Fridays.
it. Even when I was at Winoka, they were bringing, crews were coming out of Stillwater, and last year whenever I was over at Olive, which is on the eastern side of the state between Stillwater and Sapulpa, the Whitecap in the first game of the season was from Enid.
Right.
And found out that, he had some connections to some people out here because I saw him do a softball tournament this year. And it is amazing how these guys who are referees are dedicated to their job, and all the stuff that they have to take from the fans and the coaches and the players.
Oh, yeah.
And they'll drive all over the state to do their job.
It looks like Ace Long going to be returning to kickoff duty. We've seen Lucas Shirky the last few weeks. Coach Lucien bringing Ace back to kick and deep to receive for John Marshall. You got Dorian Milton here kind of in the middle of their formation, the deepest about 5 yards from the end zone. And then on the sides there, you got Mikkel Jackson and Kylan Drennan on left and right. And Ace going to go with more of a targeted kick, keep it away from those guys. Fielded there by John Marshall and fair caught. And they will take over right about looks like 26 where fair caught that. Or does that start at the 25 with the fair catch? That's a question. We'll see on that. So it'll be 1st and 10 for John Marshall as we are now underway in this one. And so the Boomer defense going to get a chance to set the tone. Thought it was going to be the offense. 27 is where they'll mark it. So
right away you can see the difference in the line.
The size, yeah. We were talking about that pregame. John Marshall does bring some good size. The slimmest they go is 230, but it is a stout 230.
Yeah,
230, 280 at their center, 290 at the right guard, 255. So we'll see how the Boomers handle that. They've done pretty solid for the most part against those type of lines early on. So it'll be 1st and 10 for John Marshall. Dorian Milton back in the empty set, trips to the far side, one to the near. Got a tight end here on the near side. Dorian drops back to pass, a quick pass as expected. He's got a man over the middle caught, and it's going to be across the 35 up near the stick at the 37. That was Mikkel Jackson on the inside of the formation there, the junior, and they might quite give him the first down. It's right on the stick.
And that's one thing that, having an offense like theirs where you have to respect him as a runner so much that, when he makes that, kind of that quick pass, it kind of catches the defense off guard. And I think that's kind of what, the Boomers were really slow reacting to that pass on that play.
1st and 10 for John Marshall. They gave him the sticks exactly. So at 37 now, they're on 37. Milton in the empty set in the gun. 2 to the near, 2 to the far. He'll take the snap. It's going to be a QB draw, essentially the outside. Man almost got for the Boomers, and they force him out, strung it out well. Taylor Laird makes essentially the push out. And it looked like Kason Bourne, the middle linebacker, was able, or the strong side linebacker, was able to almost get him in the backfield there. So the Boomers hold him to just a gain of nothing.
Yeah, and I don't know if you saw this, Clint, how, your angle down there, but on that snap, they actually snapped it in the direction that he was going to run. He actually caught that almost in stride.
Oh, wow, yeah.
You don't see it very often like that.
So 2nd and, well, they actually marked him for a loss of 2 back to the 35. So 2nd and 2, Jackson will take snap. He'll fake the handoff to Kylan Drennan, and he'll get out to the far side edge, but only get just a few. Got back the yards. He lost him maybe a yard more now, up to the 38. So it'll be a 3rd and about 9 for John Marshall upcoming.
I'm trying to figure out who actually. There was a Boomer who's kind of on the ground. He didn't really let him go and was able to get the initial trip up.
I couldn't quite catch the number either.
It may have been Klingenbill.
And Zathan back, one of those guys back from concussion protocol this week as well, the young sophomore. So 3rd and 9 for John Marshall. Dorian in the empty set, man in motion, it's Drennan. They'll fake the handoff though. They'll take it up the gut. Middleton's got the first down. Makes man miss, 40, 30. It's a foot race. Taylor Laird trying to chase him down, 15. He winds it back, and Talon does chase him down and finally gets him out of bounds, but not before a huge gain for Dorian Middleton from the 39 in their own territory all the way up to 11-yard line, and a huge 50-yard gain right there.
We already see some sort of improvement with the, watching the footwork of Middleton right there. Just being like last week, Murphy was killing us in the footwork.
Yeah. And Middleton, a good athlete, as we noted in the pregame. So 50 yards, sets up first and 10 from the 11 for John Marshall. 10:25 to go in the first. Still scoreless. Middleton in the gun. He's got a man with him. That is Drennan in the backfield. They'll hand off inside to him. Drennan dragging a couple buys. Gets across the 5 to the 4. And yeah, powering through there, Quinn.
Yeah, that's something the Boomers have really got to do is they've got to be able to wrap up early on. Especially on that big run, there was a couple of guys who looked like they were able to get a hand on his leg, but a guy like that, you can't just reach out and just get a hand on him. You got to be able to wrap him up and take him down. 2nd and 1, they'll call it from the 3 for John Marshall. Middleton in the gun with Drennan beside him, and they will hand off inside to Drennan again. He's chugging those feet, reaches across the goal line.
Looks like he got it.
And he is in for the touchdown, as you heard Mr. Sheldon there. And John Marshall strikes quick. We talked about they will get those athletes in space, and they took advantage of a couple big plays, and John Marshall on the board first with 9:50 to go in the first quarter. 3 yards out, it is Kylan Drennan. They will go for 2. John Marshall doesn't really have a solid place kicker, so they generally go for 2 just because of that. In the gun will be Milton. Take the snap. Drennan with them. They'll hand off inside to Drennan, and he's in easy there. So 2-point conversion good. John Marshall going to go up 8-0 here with 9:50 to go in the first quarter. We will step aside for a quick break. You're listening to Boomer Football on Z92. And welcome back to Boomer Football on Z92. John Marshall strikes first. They lead 8-0 with 9:50 to go in the first quarter off a couple, well, really the big play there, the 50-yarder on 3rd down from Dorian Middleton, the scramble by the quarterback. And they take that one 6 plays and, doing my math here, hold on, 73 yards for the score.
It was like almost 75 yards.
Almost, yeah.
The Boomer, I told you during the break, which looks very lethargic.
Yeah.
The Boomers got to figure out something to get a little bit of fire. I know it's been a tough season so far, but even after a big run, like they had that on that one, because the first one where we strung them out, you're like, okay, here we go, and then all of a sudden he breaks that run, and we just seemed to kind of shut down almost. So we got to learn to fight through that.
And you got to get off the field on 3rd down. That's the big key. You can't allow that 50-yard run for sure, like you're talking about, and get some of those tackles.
And I think that's what the coaches were kind of trying to voice to the team there. Whenever after the 2 points were scored, was trying to get them to get motivated and try respond the right way.
And Taylor Laird going to field the short kickoff. Got flags late, but Laird kind of in an up position, knowing that John Marshall, like we talked about, does not have a solid place kicker, so they kind of sneaked him up in the kick return formation, and he gets tackled about the 32, and flags came in at 33, excuse me. See what the flags are here. Might be against the Boomers, maybe a late hold, I don't know.
If that was a hold, it's kind of frustrating because that hold really didn't affect the play itself.
It was late and it was away from the play.
Yeah, so, it's one of those things where, again, these mistakes, that's hurt the Boomers all year is mistakes at the wrong time. You can handle mistakes once in a while, but like this, you get a nice return, you're in good field position, all of a sudden you're moving it back 10 yards.
And so they will start the drive at the 23 instead of the 33 after the penalty we're talking about there, the hold. We'll see Ryan Douglas leading the offense here to start things. He'll be under center. Ace Long's will be in the backfield. You have 2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far, and a tight end on the far end, Luis Corral. The nearest receiver is Taylor Laird. 9:44 to go in the first quarter. Boomers' first offensive possession, trying to answer the score from John Marshall. In motion goes Mason Bourne across formation from the near to the far. Now the handoff inside Ace Long. He tries to make a cut to the outside. Gets a couple.
Game.
Yeah, not much there on the edge. Gets to the 26. So a gain of about 2. And we talked about the size, of course, from John Marshall offensively. A lot of those guys go both ways on the line. They're down linemen, their 3-man front. Creighton Sanderfield, who is their left tackles in at left end. The nose tackle, Traquan Johnson. He is the right guard, and he's 290 at nose. And then right end, Alante Benford, who's on the left side of the line, is in there at 230 at the right end. 2nd and 7 for the Boomers. Douglas under center, and we're going to have some early movement, I think. Is that what it is down there?
Yeah, so it looks like a false start.
Yeah, Luis Carroll kind of jumped up a little bit and got going a little too quick.
So it'll be a 5-yard penalty on the Boomers after the false start. Now back it up from a 2nd and 7 to a 2nd and 12. And again, Eric, some of those mistakes at the wrong time. You get a decent game, nothing crazy, but 3 yards will take on first down.
That's kind of what Eric is talking about earlier. You know, you have the opportunities, but these penalties just keep on taking away from those opportunities.
So now it's backed up to the 21, 2nd and 12. 9:02 to go in the first, 8-0. Douglas under center, long in the backfield, 2 to the far, 1 to the near. Man in motion across formation, looks like Weibel. Snap handoff to Long. He's got a blocker, and now he's got a hole. 25, fights up close to the 30, down to looks like the 29-yard line. So a good gain there. You get back all your penalty yards and about 2 or 3 more.
Yeah, but again, that penalty, you know, you called that play, you know, not backing it up, backing up 5 yards.
You would have had a first down.
First down.
Yeah.
You know, it's good to see Ace. You know, last week he never really got it going. Whenever he was in there, week before he was out with concussion, concussion protocol. It's good to see that he seems to look a little bit more comfortable again.
3rd and 4 for the Boomers. Under center is going to be Douglas, long in the backfield. 2 receivers to the far, 1 to the near. The nearest is Layer. In motion now will go man. It looks like Mason Bourne across formation. He'll bounce back out. They'll fake the handoff. Douglas going to roll it. It's got a man short. It's caught. It's Mason Bourne, and he's got the first down up to the 40. And Clint, you had mentioned in the pregame trying to get that play action going early, and that's what we saw right there. Good pass from Douglas under pressure. Good catch from Mason Bourne in space.
And I think that's huge in terms of what you want to try to do in this game, is utilize that arm of Douglas.
You know, good job by Douglas for not trying to string that out more than it really needed to be. You know, he recognized that he had a man, he could make the pass. You had 3 or 4 guys coming at him. You know, didn't try to do too much. He just made the pass and moved the chains. So
11-yard pass completion there. Gets the Boomers up to the 40. Douglas going to be in the gun now. Trips to the near, 1 to the far. In the backfield is Long with Douglas. 7:40 to go in the first quarter. Snap will be handoff inside to Long. Had some pressure early in the backfield, but evaded a tackle. Was able to at least get back to line of scrimmage, and it looks like got a yard up to the 41. It'll be 2nd and 9.
Yeah, John Marshall, before the ball was even handed off, there's 4 guys in the backfield.
And they just, sometimes they'll do that with that front, that 3-4 they run traditionally. They will bring the house on you and play with the wrist. They've got good athletes in the secondary, they believe, so they are confident in their ability to try to take it away over the top.
You know, like you said, they'll take the risks. That was one of those where if somebody didn't slip up there, Ace could have easily picked up 30, 40 yards.
So 2nd and 9, Douglas in the gun, 2 receivers each side, Long in the backfield with them. Snap handoff inside again to Long. He'll bounce out here to the near side, has a bit of space, a good run, finishes strong there. Gets near the stick from the 41 up to, they will call the 48. So just a couple yards short of the first down, but nice 2nd down run there for Mr. Long.
And that was just that field vision we talked about early on with Long as a freshman.
Yeah.
Kind of, how he does play kind of a little bit above his age because, he recognized where he wanted to go initially, where the play called for was close.
Yeah.
And he quickly kicked it back out, and he picked up probably 5 or 6 more yards because of that.
So he gave him to the 49, so we'll be 3rd and 1 here. Boone's got to get across the 50. Douglas going to be under center. 2 receivers to the near, 1 to the far. The far in motion, it's Shipley. In the backfield is Ace Long. They'll hand off inside Ace. He lowers that shoulder. He's across the 50 for the first down and gets a few more up to the 46 into John Marshall's territory. And the Boomers converting on 3rd down. Guys, you like to see that early.
Yeah. It really feels like he's, showing more power than he did last week in terms of, running guys over. He's trucking 2 guys at once.
Yeah, that's exactly kind of like I was mentioning earlier. He just looks more comfortable out there this week than he did last week. And maybe that was partly the concussion issue.
Sure.
Kind of a little worried about, what's going to, taking another hit at the wrong time and all that kind of stuff. So.
Boomers driving, under 6 minutes to go in the first quarter. They trail 8-0. Douglas going to be in the gun. Trips to the far, one to the near. The nearest is Laird, long in the backfield with Douglas. He will take the snap. He'll roll out to the right side, the far side. Fires one. He's got a man at the stick, and it was dropped. It was Cash Shipley was trying to look it in, but it had a man behind his back, and I think kind of spooked him. Still, though, you got to bring that one in.
That hit him in the hands, bounced off his chest.
Yeah.
He had another opportunity, and then it dropped. Again, like I said, that is one of those many opportunities we have had this year that we've got a play you've got to make.
And Clint looked like a good spiral from Douglas from our perspective.
It really did. He was able to throw it right into his hands. He needle it right in there.
So 2nd and 10 now for the Boomers. Clock stops at 5:40 to go in the first quarter. Douglas is going to be in the gun. He's going to have a receiver to the near. It's Taylor Laird. 3 to the far. The trips there. And then Ace Long in the backfield flanking him on the near side. Douglas will take the snap. He'll hand off inside to Long. He'll try to bounce it up the middle, and he does. Gets across to the 40. Nice little gain there on 2nd down to the 41, they'll call it. So about a 5-yard gain, set up 3rd and 5.
You know, that's the 3rd time we've seen that little counter play right there, and each time they're getting like 5 to 6 yards.
And it's hitting well, Eric. You like to see that early.
Yeah, and that's something we've talked about throughout the game or throughout the early part of the season was, when Ace is running the ball and he's running the ball well, he's not in there breaking 30, 40-yard runs. It's 5, 6, 7-yard runs that help move the chains.
3rd and 5 for the Boomers. In the gun is Douglas. 2 receivers on each side. Now motion goes Boring. Long in the backfield. He'll fake the handoff, does Douglas. Rolling out to the far side, trying to get rid of it. Has a man open, Mason Boring, but just leads him a bit too far. Douglas was under pressure there. Did good to get rid of it, but it'll bring up 4th down for the Boomers.
Yeah, good job by Douglas to recognize the fact that, and he waited as long as he could. That was kind of, again.
And, he still made it in a place where Boring had a chance to catch it, and that was the impressive part of that.
Yeah, exactly. He recognizes the fact that, hey, I got to hold on to it a little bit longer until he felt like he had an opportunity to put it in a place for the receiver to make the play.
Yeah, Mason just, like I said, just let him a touch forward. Like I said, impressive stuff to be able to do that. Boomers going for it on 4th and 5. They've got the power set out there. Ace Long's going to be in the Wildcat, and they got to burn a timeout from from the Boomers. Going to burn a timeout. Excuse me. Coach had warned me about, hey, we might run Ace and some Wildcat. So we'll see if they do it. Out of the timeout. 4:54 to go in the first quarter. John Marshall lead your Woodward Boomers, but Woodward trying to drive. We'll step aside for another break. You're listening to Boomer Football on Z92. And welcome back to Boomer Football on Z92. Clint Shelton, Eric Scott, Tyler Riggs with you. 4:54 to go in the first quarter. John Marshall leading your Boomers right now, and Woodward facing a 4th and 5 out of the timeout. Had Ace Long lined up in the Wildcat there for a second, but I guess Coach Lucian didn't quite like what he saw in terms of the formation, so he called the timeout. Looks like Ace is still going to be in that Wildcat. So you got a receiver to the near and a receiver to the far, and Laird and Shipley, and the 2 down backs, Ethan Mack and Casey Bourne in front of Ace, and he's going to take the direct snap, go up the gut, lower that shoulder. Is he going to be at the stick? He's dragging it. He got across the 35 and got it. What a hard run there from Ace and Clint. And Eric, it's like you guys talked about, he's looking a lot more comfortable here.
Yeah, I was about to mention, because we ran that a little bit quicker than I anticipated, but that even though everybody expects Ace to run, we have seen it this year on a 2-point conversion, 2-point conversion attempt, that he can throw the ball as well.
Yeah.
And so that is another wrinkle the Boomers can use in this game.
And the acceleration that he had coming out of the backfield in that Wildcat was really impressive. It let him hit that hole hard.
And Wildcat formation here again on 1st and 10 from the 33. Ace will take it, has the lead block up the gut, lowers that shoulder, and going to get across the 30 up to the 29. So about, it looks like 4 or 5 yard gain right there on 1st down. Just easy stuff. It's power football, Eric. It's Reminds me of Kansas State with Colin Klein.
Yeah, it really is power football, and looks like Damian Heckathorn is the one who made that big block you talked about. I believe that was number 50 is what it
It's
looked
either
like to
him
me.
or it might have been Cason Bourne. I know he's also been the down back with Ethan. So,
Yeah, so
it's tough to tell because Cason 55 and then 50. So
yeah, that's true.
I think it might be Cason. Either way, good block, though. Good up block there. 5-yard gain. They'll call it a 4-yard gain on first down. So 2nd and 6 for the Boomers from the John Marshall 29. Ace in that Wildcat. They're going to run reverse to Shipley, but it's blown up by John Marshall. They were all over it on the backside, and it was one of the kind of good athletes in that John Marshall secondary as a linebacker, if you will. Davion Taylor, the junior, stepped up and stayed home and made the big tackle, and the Boomers going to lose here. It looks like 5 yards and bring up 3rd and 12.
Just looked like it took a little too long for that play to develop, unfortunately.
Yeah, and Shipley also had, it looked like he tried to cut it up instead of kind of coming. Honestly, if he would have just kept running full speed and just kept on the same track, he could have probably got around the corner.
Got at least the edge, and he's a good athlete. We know he's got that speed. So 3rd and 12 for the Boomers. 3:08 to go in the first quarter. John Marshall leads 8-0. Douglas in the gun, and somebody jumped. Is it going to be Woodward or is it going to be John Marshall?
It was hard to tell on that. It was really close.
Yeah, and we'll see how the flag flies. It's got the pink flags. And they will call it on John Marshall. So you get at least the yards you lost there on 2nd down back and set you up a little bit in 3rd and easier, if you will. As they'll move it up to the 30 now. The Boomers have to get 2. It looks like across the 24, almost the 23. So you got to get about 7 on this still. So Douglas will be in the gun. 2 to the near, 2 to the far. Long in the backfield with him. 2:45 to go in the first quarter. Douglas back to pass. He's looking. He's got man over on the far side. It's Cash
A little
Shipley.
too high.
And it was a bit high, as Clint mentioned, but still, that hit Shipley's hands.
Yeah, it hit Shipley's hands, and you would like to see him pull that down. I do think that, a lot of that was caused by the high pass. And, sometimes, I've noticed when Douglas drops back, he gets a little bit happy feet. He has trouble getting set. And I think that's kind of what happened on that play.
So 4th and 6. Ball is sitting on the 30. This will be, you're looking at, what, a 47-yard field goal about?
Yeah, I think this is definitely have to go. But we do know that we have a couple kickers who can put it up there.
Douglas going to be in the gun, though. 2 receivers to the near, 2 to the far. Long in the backfield. Douglas back to pass. He's going to throw one deep, quick, looking for Laird over the top. Laird comes back for it and makes the catch. Is he in for the touchdown? He is. What a throw. Wait, they might mark him short. They might mark him at the 1. Either way.
What a play, though.
Amazing catch from Taylor Laird. Great.
Yeah, great job by Taylor to recognize that ball was just a little off. Kind of came out of Douglas. It was a good, distance-wise.
Right.
Heck of a throw, but it kind of came off, kind of slipped out a little bit. Wasn't exactly where it was supposed to go, and he recognized it and kind of tailed off and made that catch.
He had full extension to try to catch that.
Yeah, that's, and that's what, he did. I think this is the right placement at the 1. He did have to extend himself, and he kind of rolled into the end zone.
So either way, 1st and goal for the Boomers, 2:37 to go in the first quarter. And they've got the power set out there with Ace and the Wildcat. Got Matt and Cason Bourne down as the fullbacks here on the near side and receiver to each side. Ace will take snap and just go straight ahead, lowers the shoulder, and he is in. And the Boomers answer. They go on a big-time drive and get on the board with Ace Long from 1 yard out after the big pass play from Ryan Douglas to Taylon Laird, and now have a chance to cut the lead to 1. I don't think you go for 2 here, but could make it a 8-7 ball game.
But you say you don't think you go for 2, but you kind of almost want to say line up in that Wildcat again, because every time we've done that, we've been able to pick up 4, 5, 6 yards. Why not try it? Why not do it again?
Yeah, and it looks like they will kick, though. Ace, as we mentioned, back to kicker duty this week after being off of it. We got a long drive for the Boomers, though, so we'll cover that here in just a second. Ace gets the kick off. That one a bit low, but powered it through, and put it in and good. So extra point good. John Marshall still leads 8-7, but the Boomers a big time drive to answer that one. And guys, that started with 9:44 to go in the corner. So you're talking about a 7-minute, 11-second drive from the Boomers. And play-wise, I about ran out of plays here. Hold on, let me tally this up. We're looking at a 17-play drive.
That was impressive. That did look exactly like Kansas State Colin Klein era.
I mean, but that's one thing the Boomers need to do is do what they can to keep this defense for John Marshall on the field, you know, and unfortunately gives John Marshall has fresh legs on the offensive side, but, you know, it forces that defense to stay out there. If you get a quick stop here,
Definitely
go back.
Plays to our strong suit.
Right, go back at them again.
Officially a 17-play, 77-yard drive that took 7 minutes, 11 seconds off the clock. We've talked ad nauseum, Eric, about sustaining drives this season, so that is huge to see.
Well, and say you know 77 yards is the official total. But think about the couple times we had to back up, you know, and that in itself hurt us. We had a lost yard, you know, so then you have to pick that back up, and so. You know, we put in a little bit extra work, but it's good to see that the Boomers sustain that, you know, and power through it the whole time.
And so on the kick will be Ace Long, that trio there to return for John Marshall, Middleton, Drennan, and Malik Jackson. And another short kick targeted. This one's going to roll to the returner. This is going to be, that is not Drennan. That is Dondrick Williams, and he's got some edge. 30. He's got a late blocker front. 40. 50, 45, 40, and back across. He's got a trio ahead of him, and there is nobody that's going to catch him. Almost Zathan Klinkenpill got him, but is a kick return touchdown for John Marshall. That one filled at about the 10. Dondrick Williams just got a cade of blockers in front of him, and it was on from there.
Yeah, there were two Boomers back at about the 20-yard line that kind of had a track on him. They ran into each other.
Oh, man.
And then from there, it was just a foot race.
So with 2:18 to go in the first quarter, John Marshall going to extend their lead 14-7 now.
And I'll say also, the ball didn't really get, that was kind of a, targeted kick to the right side of the field. The ball kicked to the left, and he was able to kind of, his momentum carrying him to the near side of the field, which he ended up taking to the yard. All the Boomers were going right. As the ball carried him over there, he picked it up, went left, and
so it'll be a 2-point conversion attempt here for John Marshall. It'll be Milton taking the direct snap, and he's blown up in the backfield. Taylor Laird, what a tackle there from the corner spot. So 2-point no good, and it'll stay at 14-7.
And that's the way you want to respond when you give a big kickoff return like that.
For sure. Now the problem is, though, Eric, you just went on a 17-play, 77-yard drive with your offense, and you got to turn around and get back out there.
But kind of as Clint and I mentioned, though, I feel like this is still an advantage for the Boomers, because you have that defense that's been on the field. Defense, you're going backwards. In the offense, you're able to go forward. You're really not putting as much energy into it as you are on the defensive side. So now you got to bring that, that defense that was out there for the same drive, back out there, and they've got to do it again. And I think, again, like Clint said earlier, it really feeds into the way the Boomers play.
We'll see how that lasts. And that's a good point, because this is a very athletic John Marshall team. So if you can wear out that defense, we've talked about how Coach Barris is improving their discipline, but I still don't think they're quite to the point they want to be there. So if you get those guys worn out, mistakes start to happen, and you start to maybe rip off some of those big plays. And something we've seen from Ace this season is that he does get stronger as the game goes on.
He gets, and especially as guys get tired, because he is such a physical runner. As guys get tired, they're not able to, wrap up as well, things like that. We had that one run a couple weeks ago, I believe, against Cash, where, he broke it. We thought he was down, and all of a sudden he pops out. And so, like you said, that because of his physical running style, he does really get stronger as the game goes along.
And it's crazy that he's only a freshman still,
Well, we were talking to his dad up here in the booth before pregame, because his dad's leading a successful Pee Wee football team. So we were talking about that. And boy, Ace was one of those guys I imagine that was tearing kids up, because he's developed early. He's already 180 pounds, 5'11", got some size to him. Be Shaz Gilliford kicking off here for John Marshall. Did a short kick, a targeted one last time. This one tries to get a little bit more of a boot into it, but it's still going to be short. Denzel Emery runs up and bounces off of him. He didn't field it clean, and John Marshall gets it.
Ball.
Oh, my goodness, Denzel. Wow, that one was a tough one, Eric. It kind of came in, I think it caught Denzel by surprise, where it came up shorter than he thought it would be.
Well, I think it kind of fell into no man's land. You had Talon up a little bit. You had Denzel back, and I think Denzel may have thought Taylor was going to kind of come back and make the play, and Taylor kind of bailed off, and so Denzel kind of caught him off guard. He ran up on it instead of just letting it fall, and it bounced right into John Marshall's hands.
So John Marshall has the 1st and 10. It'll be Dorian Milton in the gun, empty set. He's going to pass. He's going to fly one up there, looking for a guy, and that's going to be incomplete as that was tight coverage. Trying to see who that was over there on the far side on him.
Looks like Cooper Latau.
Yeah, he made a start last week opposite of Denzel Emery. Getting another nod here with Ryan Douglas not playing in the secondary due to being quarterback. Good coverage. They were trying to get it to. It looked like they have no 2 on the roster. Okay, so they've got no 2 on the roster. Whoever number 2 is for them. But it'll be 2nd and 10 for John Marshall.
This is monumental for the Boomers to get these guys off the field with them not having a place kicker.
2nd and 10. Shotgun snap to Milton, and it's blown up in the backfield quick. A host of Boomers there. They tried to go for the fake jet sweep, and Milton had 3 Boomers staring at him as he pulled it. Looked like Ethan Madden on that tackle. Trying to see who else. One of the linebackers fired in there as well. Couldn't quite catch who it was number-wise. That opposite side, that may have been Zane Weibel, 32 there. Or excuse me, Josiah Basil. I always forget Josiah every time. What a year he's had, the young sophomore.
Again, another one of those young guys that the Boomers have to build off of. I really feel like here in about 2 years, athletics across the board here at Woodward's going to be really good.
So 3rd and 13 for John Marshall. Milton back to pass, floats one over the head of his receiver and almost picked off by Denzel Emery, who that one just came right to him. We talked about Milton not really having a great deep ball. He's more of a short passer, and he just sailed that one.
But again, the Boomer defense is starting to step up as far as reading those run plays, and it kind of has John Marshall kind of confused a little bit and forcing them to throw, and it's not one of their strong suits.
Looks like they're definitely going away from the game plan.
Yeah, 4th and 13 for the Bears, as they will go for it here from kind of an odd spot, about the 35 in Woodward territory. Milton back to pass. He's going to fire one over the middle. Maybe has a man. Oh, a leaping grab caught there by Mikael Jackson. And it's going to be a 1st down. He just found the soft spot in the zone. The pass was a bit high, but the athletic catch by Jackson got the 1st down.
Yeah, that was all on the receiver.
Jackson is down.
He is down.
He is. But if it looked like that was an overthrown ball, and he went up and made a great athletic play.
So a 25-yard pass from Middleton to Jackson. And just, Eric, I agree. It's just one of those deals where it looked like it was overthrown, and Jackson just skied. My goodness for it. He is down, though, and they're checking on him here. He got up under his own power, so maybe got twisted up a little bit ankle-wise because he's limping off. But, again, under his own power. Maybe one of those where you get tackled, you get stepped on a little bit as you're going down, and you might be able to shake that off on the sideline. We've seen that happen a couple times this year, either to a Boomer opponent or to a Boomer themselves.
It was a little awkward to see John Marshall throw 4 passes in a row, though.
It was, and you had mentioned it, Clint. They got out of their game plan, but just that one play, you got to come up with that stop right there on 4th down. So it'll be 1st and 10. They're going to say from the 11 for John Marshall, so have a chance to get a 1st down. Milton's going to be in the gun. In the backfield with him is going to be Kylan Drennan. Got a couple of receivers to each side. This man goes to motion. They'll hand off inside to Drennan. They did this in the end zone last time. And Drennan on the outside is going to try to finish the run. Got the 1st down. I think it'll be marked out right at the 1. Found a pocket there on the far side and almost got it in.
You mentioned pregame, Tyler, how lethal Drennan can be.
Yeah, and that's why they move him around from receiver to running back. And really, I think, to your point, Clint, we were talking about it off air, but I thought Drennan was probably their most complete athlete, and Eric, we're seeing why. He could take the handoff, he could go out for a pass, and could do it all right now. So 1st and goal from the 1 for John Marshall. 1:12 to go in the 1st quarter. Boomers trying to come up with the stop. See what they do. It'll be Milton in the gun, Drennan with him. Couple receivers to the far, one to the near. Milton's just going to call his own number.
Popped right over.
Leaped over at the offensive line, as Clint mentioned, and it's in for the touchdown. And John Marshall on the board again, take advantage of the kickoff miscue there from the Boomers. They will go up 20-0, trying to extend their lead.
And I know it's cliche, but we talk about, are they going to call him for hurdling?
Flag on the field.
Oh, they might, because I forget they do in high school football for whatever reason. I think it might be a penalty to hurdle, which to me is the silliest thing ever. I mean, if you want to talk about hindering athleticism,
Right, exactly.
You know, I understand they make the safety standpoint of that, saying, well, we don't want to get kicked in the head.
Wave it off.
Wave it off, which honestly I don't think there should be any flags for hurdling personally. That's just ridiculous. But
it's one of those where it shouldn't be a hurdling, I guess they were saying and I think part of the hurdling too is being like jumping off of somebody.
Right, yeah, it's
you
the
see
safety
that once in a
factor.
while.
They don't want somebody essentially getting kicked in the head.
And I think that's what the ref was trying to tell coach was he had room to make that jump.
Right.
He wasn't going off of anybody and getting help.
That is what they were saying down here, and Coach Lujan was a little upset about it.
A 2-point conversion. It's going to be Milton to the edge. Oh, gets chopped hard. Got into the end zone for the 2-point, but it's Cooper Latal with a big hit, but a flag. It's a holding on John Marshall, I think, to erase this 2-point conversion off the board, and they'll have to try this again from deep.
That was an impressive hit, though, down here.
I could hear it. Probably off your mic down there,
yeah.
But I could definitely hear the hit.
So Cooper Latal with the hit. As mentioned, Milton got in, but the flag on the play should back this up, and it will. So go for the 2-point instead from the about 2.5 to hold was, I guess, deep, as it's going to be back at about the 15. So that was a few yards into the backfield when that hold occurred.
Somebody's got some chili or something up here.
You can smell it.
Smell it. And I don't even like chili, but it smells good right now.
Smell chili up here, but it's chilly down here, Eric.
2-point conversion attempt again for John Marshall. Milton back to pass. He's going to float one to the corner for a jump ball. And that one, what a catch from number 2. Still don't have that number there because they don't have it on the roster, but a great catch from him over Cooper Latal, who I thought had perfect coverage right there.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that's Jeremy Ritto.
That might be it, the big tight end. Yeah.
Well,
that's what they had him at tight end. I say big. He's 5'9", 185. They don't really have the big receiver, so to speak. But
he looks big down here, though.
Yeah, he skied for it for sure. So 2-point conversion good. Now 22-7 here with 1:09 to go in the first quarter. And guys, you just, at this point, you've got to shake this start off a little bit for the Boomers because you saw that big drive. Clean up some of those miscues, and I think you'll be right back in this game.
It still feels like the Boomers are the better team across the board as far as scheme and things like that. We just made some mistakes. If the Boomers clean up those mistakes, it feels like they can start rolling with this and
honestly,
making plays.
It's just the special teams that we're seeing those hiccups on.
Yeah, no, that's a good point for sure. And
so you got to wonder about the confidence going into this next kickoff right here.
And I'm sure that was something that was talked about on the sideline, Eric.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And they probably went to Taylor and was like, if it is close to you, take it, because he, by far is our best returner. He's got the, arguably the best speed on the team. Take it if they're going to go to you.
They're having them actually come up on the field a little bit.
Even a little bit more because they had that from the start we saw, knowing that John Marshall does some of those target kickoffs with not a true place kicker. We'll see how this one plays. To your point, Clint, they had Denzel about the 20. Now they moved up closer to the 25, so condense that formation even further. It'll be Shaz Guilford on for the kickoff, 22-7. John Marshall on top of the 1:09 to go in the first quarter. Guilford going to put a foot into it. This one really high and targeted right to the middle formation. A fair catch called for by Ben Cheap, who collided with his big man there but held on. That was Drake Clavillis, who was coming over.
The whole coaching staff held their breath right there.
Yeah. I mean, I could tell that it was going to be kind of a sticky situation, so I kind of started holding my breath too.
Cheap, though, with the sure hands. That's not a surprise, knowing, Sam and Max. But, yeah, Drake, hey, he's the big lineman. He's saying, hey, here's my chance to make a play. No, not big man. Got to defer to the skill position guy there.
Well, and it also goes back to, those are guys that are in areas of the field that don't make plays, even on special teams.
Yeah.
So, you don't practice that kind of stuff.
So 1st and 10 from their own 36. Under center, it will be Ryan Douglas. Puts man in motion as Ace Long's in the backfield. They're dotting the I. And now they will hand off to Ace. Oh, he's hit right in the backfield. Shaz Guilford, who made that kickoff, popped him right there in the hole, and it'll be, they'll call it essentially no game, maybe a loss of 1 there for the Boomers.
And that's, I kind of pointed out to you, I don't know if you saw me, they are very much cheating up.
Right.
And, now would be probably a perfect time to kind of, come out with play action and try to go over the top again.
Well, and this is where it gets a bit dangerous because we talk about them gambling defensive, being aggressive with that front. Now with the lead, they could really afford to do that. And to your point, maybe this is where you try to catch them out on. If they really try to get those edge linebackers up there essentially acting as DNs.
And again, I think you're going to have Talon out here maybe one-on-one.
And Douglas going to take snap, fake the handoff, and he's looking back to pass. They've got a screen set up, but that one not really there, so Douglas just kind of throws it away over the head of a Slaw, and he'll bring up a 3rd and 11.
It's pretty impressive that he's not trying to force things into coverage, though.
Well, and just a sophomore to that point plays pretty composed, I would say, for a young sophomore.
It's really impressive for his first true start as a high schooler.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the way that, you know, him and some other Boomers conversing down on the field, he's looking over the sideline. That may have been a miscommunication situation right there.
I see. So 3rd and 11 for the Boomers. 21 seconds to go in the first quarter. They trail 22-7. Douglas is going to be in the gun. You got trips to the far, one to the near, and Long in the backfield with Douglas. Take the snap. He's rolling out to the far side to pass. Still looking, under pressure, now almost to the sideline. He'll have to float that one out of bounds. Nothing really there as John Marshall kind of kept everything in front of him and made sure there was nothing deep.
Yeah, that was a situation where he probably did hold on to it a little bit too long. He did have somebody about, you know, only had been about 5 yards, but had been 5 yards more down the field, and you know, we waited a little too long, and all of a sudden somebody slipped in there and covered him.
4th and 11 for Woodward at their own 35. Still 14 seconds to go in the first quarter. And Cash Shipley is on for his first punt of the night. And he has been fantastic at that punter position. Really has coffin cornered a few and has you know, put the Boomer defense in some good spots. Snap back to him. He'll get it. And gets booed into this one. Another nice kick.
What a boot.
And it carries to the 12. What a big bounce down inside the 20, I think, by a couple yards. Yep, to about the 17 is where they'll mark it. So Cash Shipley, again, flips the field.
Yep.
Honestly, he was the MVP last week, it seemed like.
Well, and that's what you always talk about. Is, you know, with kickers, you know, one of the things one of the analytics is inside the 20.
Yeah.
And it feels like almost every punt he has is inside the 20. Some, you know, we even saw it last week inside the 5. You know, where he had that one coffin corner where it went down just out of bounds at about the 1.5 yard line.
So 7 seconds on the clock here in the first quarter. John Marshall will have to run a play. They take over 1st and 10 from their own 17, leading 22-7. Be Drennan in the backfield with Milton. You'll have a receiver to the near, 2 to the far, and a tight end on the far side of the formation as well. Milton takes a snap. He'll fake the handoff. They got a quick pass out there. It's complete to Jackson. Jackson trying to make a man miss, but runs over it. We got a flag late. Is that, couldn't see her. Was that maybe a face mask?
It almost wondered if this is going to be an offensive face mask.
It looked like an offensive face mask.
You don't see it very often, but when he went up to stiff arm him, he got up there and he was right in his face. With
he kind of pushed him out of bounds.
So we'll see what it is. As it stands right now, at least, Jackson able to get to the 25, which about an 8-yard gain. See what it is. And it looks like, yeah, John Marshall's backing up, so this is on John Marshall.
Personal foul, offensive face mask. Like I said, you don't see it very often, but sure enough, you know. And again, he was trying to stiff arm, you know, but you still got to keep that stiff arm away from the face mask.
And puts half the distance to the goal line for John Marshall, so they'll be inside their own 10. And as the end of the first quarter, the Bears lead 22-7 over the Boomers. We'll step aside for a break and come back for the rest of the first half. You're listening to Boomer Football on Z92. And welcome back to Boomer Football on Z92. Clint Sheldon, Eric Scott, Tyler Riggs with you, and had a bit of a unknown situation there. They went ahead and did an untimed down at the end of the first quarter, and so they did the untimed down. John Marshall did get a playoff, but Woodward was able to stop Middleton for essentially a no-gain sack there and kept it at the 9-yard line.
Yeah, our clock operator, Andrew Hickman, just kind of came down here. He's like, what's going on?
So had
We're in
the
the same
untimed
boat,
down,
sir.
yeah, after the penalty, so which you don't usually see that very often, but with the way that play occurred after the play when they had assessed the penalty, the clock was at 0. So you wind up with an untimed down there. Just kind of an odd situation. You don't see very much, but on that play, the Boomer pressure again was able to get to Middleton. He had tried to kind of drop back to look for a quick pass, and just nothing there for him. So,
and I will say, like, the way Middleton runs, that's one thing that the Boomer's able to get a hand in there, because almost every time he's dropping the ball, Clint, I don't know if you've noticed it as well, he drops the ball to his side. He doesn't tuck it in, when he takes off. If Boomer's able to get in there, and they could probably create a fumble here or two.
It does look, yeah, and he's holding the ball with one hand a lot. So I mean, if you punch that out, you do have the opportunity to create some turnovers.
And a guy that, like we said, converted from wide receiver to quarterback. So that's kind of one of those small details as a quarterback over experience you learn. But with a guy that's essentially doing it for the first time this year, that's something that it's hard. It's a hard habit to pick up if you haven't done it a lot.
And that's why you can tell that he probably, was a wide receiver, because a lot of times wide receivers, they don't tuck it in there like that. Especially when they first get the ball, they're just trying to get their speed up if they have the room.
2nd and 17 from the 9 for John Marshall now, their own 9. Milton in the gun by himself, trips to the far. He will roll out to that far side, looking to pass. There's a flag in the backfield.
Back, looks like holding.
And did you see that?
That was a sidearm.
He sidearmed it to Kylan Drennan, who was at about the 7 yards upfield. It's a complete pass, but it will be coming back. Oh, they'll call. Oh, okay, hold on. I thought they were going to call hold on the Boomers for a second, but no, called hold on John Marshall. So despite the crazy sidearm pass that got in there, it will be essentially no play.
There's that non-traditional quarterback for you.
Yeah, and now another flag. Maybe a word said by Creighton Sanderfield, the left tackle, and the ref didn't like it. So this is going to be a personal foul on top of the hold. We'll see how they assess this, because John Marshall's back at their own 9, so usually it's half the distance. I'm not sure how they assess it on the personal foul here. Got the hold, then you got dead ball, unsportsmanlike. Yep. And I imagine, Eric, in this situation, Woodward probably accepts the unsportsmanlike, which I'm sure.
Well, I think you take both penalties, because that was a dead ball.
Sure, yeah, you
so
can.
I think you can take. I think you can stack those.
Yeah, and I think that's what they were trying to say.
It's Coach Lujan out there talking to the ref, or not talking to the ref now, but is out near the 20. So this is essentially going to mark John Marshall. Yeah, 2 of your guys' points stacked them up, so they're going to be back. And it looks like the 2. So it's a 7-yard penalty, but a big one, because it could have been just back to the 4 on the hold, but you had a couple more yards. Now, if you're the Woodward defense, maybe an opportunity to try to get something in terms of a safety. That would be a big momentum boost if you could corral them here.
Yeah, absolutely. But you don't want to do too much, because they have seen that, when we over pursue, it'll bite us in the backside, and so you don't want to, and you're probably going to see a keeper here.
Yeah.
As well. And then maybe just a straight up the middle type of draw.
And, we mentioned John Marshall is an empty shotgun team most of the time. They don't really go under center, so we'll see how that plays. As now Coach Beer is getting an explanation from the ref. Not sure if he's happy with the stacked penalties, but I think you're right on that, Eric, because originally they backed it up to the 4 on the hold, and then the ref marked off 2 more, so 2 essentially half the distance to the goal line, which would make sense of why it's at the 2.
Yeah, I'm curious what what kind of explanation Lujan's wanting, because he's the one who, kind of initiated these conferences that are going on. So.
Sure. And maybe just double checking to see if the personal foul is not a half a distance, maybe. Or
I think that's what it was.
Yeah, which it is still half the distance. You can't mark off, obviously, more than that, even on a personal foul in that scenario. So it looks like they'll keep it at the 2 for now, as there's still a little bit more conferencing now going on.
Looks like he's saying it should be 3rd down.
Oh, he's saying loss of down.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, but if you accept the holding call, it wouldn't be a loss of down, because you've now redone the down. So to your point, Clint, if that's what he's trying to clarify, then you should essentially decline the hold, accept the personal foul.
And I think that's what he's trying to tell to the line judge.
Okay, that's what he wanted. So
Yeah, he's trying to say it should be 3rd down.
And it would be at the 4 then, instead of the 2.
It looks like they're explaining it to the Coach Barris over there now too.
And Eric, you've been a coach in this situation. Sometimes when you get the awkward penalties, if you will, the double stack, you try to clarify with the ref before you accept or decline, that maybe things get a little lost in translation while you're doing that.
Yeah, and it's easy, especially in a situation like that where, the ref is also kind of worked up as well because something was just said to him.
Yeah, he was,
clearly, he took offense to something that was said to him, so then they're trying to work it all out. It's easy to say something that is misunderstood, as far as what you're going to accept, what's going to be declined, how it's going to be marked off. So, it's one of those, they're just trying to figure it out. It looks like they are going to decline the hold.
Yeah. So they will make it 3rd down. Now, again, is what this means essentially in terms of yardage is that instead of at the 2, it will be at the 4.
Looks like it's going to be 9.
So, but see, then you have the personal foul, so they should back it up from the 9. Because that's where they were when the penalty occurred.
It's going to be interesting to see what kind of direction John Marshall's offense goes in this situation.
Well, they've for whatever reason been able to hit a couple deep balls on some athletic catches. Now they will mark it at the 9, so that's kind of an odd situation. You should have something marked off, but they don't. So we'll take it 3rd down at the 9.
Yeah, let's just go snap the ball. Let's go.
Yeah, 3rd and 17 at the 9. And it will be Middleton in the gun. 2 receivers to the near, 2 to the far, a tight end on the near side. Middleton by himself back there. He'll take the snap, looking back to pass. He's going to float one over the middle, looking for Drennan. That one overthrown and almost picked off. And a good try by Mason Bourne. Drennan on it, though, to make sure Mason couldn't get that in clean and tackle him as soon as he touched that ball. Either way, it'll be 4th down for John Marshall, and the Boomers get him off the field.
Kind of wish that was actually a fumble because Taylor was right there. And,
could have picked it up.
picked up the ball, and he was headed to the end zone. So, kind of almost wish that was a fumble, but.
It looked like it could have been, but he waved it off pretty fast.
Yeah. Well, and I don't think there's a football move made to that point, unfortunately. But now Drennan, again, showing that senior IQ right there. As soon as Mason got hands on that, Drennan turned around and instantly became a defender to tackle Mason and try to knock away that pick. So this will be still, I think, some good field position for the Boomers as Taylor Laird is just back to the 40
got a timeout from the Boomers.
It looks like John Marshall, actually.
John Marshall, sorry.
Yeah, timeout for John Marshall. So 11:48 to go in the 2nd quarter. Even though the clock says we just started, we have not. So we will step aside for a quick break. You're listening to Boomer Football on Z92. And welcome back to Boomer Football on Z92. Clint Sheldon, Eric Scott, Tyler Riggs with you. Don't forget we're on Boomer TV as well. You can go to boomertv.net, find it there. If you, for some reason, can't find it there or find that, you could go to z92online.com, and we've got the link to the website there as well. So coming back out of the timeout, 4th and 17 for John Marshall. On to punt is left tackle Creighton Sanderfield, who just got the penalty for the unsportsmanlike. He is their punter, and it's not necessarily the sharpest in terms of that. Taylor Laird could be in about the John Marshall 35. That punt low to wobbler. Almost blocked, and Taylor going to catch on the run. A couple guys on, makes a man miss, cuts to the field, 30, reversing backfield, loses a couple yards reversing backfield, but still going to be excellent field position for the Boomers. About a 10-yard return for Taylor, despite all that crazy work, but it'll be set up at the John Marshall 32.
2 points, okay? If the Boomers right there would have went all out, that would have probably been a block.
Right.
Secondly, the official on this side of the field just one-handed of a ball from the ball boy. So I just wanted to throw that out there. Clint, I don't know if you saw that. He one-handed the ball.
I did not.
It was very impressive.
That's a ref that don't mess around, folks. That's a man who was a former baller himself then out there.
We got the best of the best from Oklahoma City.
Yes, sir. Wildcat formation here for the Boomers. Ace Long going to be in the backfield in the gun, and they've got the two up backs in Case Bourne and Ethan Matt on the far side, and receiver to each side. Ace going to drop back, excuse me, that's Ryan Douglas. Douglas going to turn one up to Taylor Laird. He's open, and that's going to be pass interference. And that was the smart move by John Marshall because Taylor had that all the way. A beautiful ball by Ryan Douglas if there was not pass interference, and Taylor says, yeah, I won that battle.
Yeah, and that was, like you said, beautiful ball. That ball was put in a perfect spot. And if it was not for the pass interference, that would have been a touchdown.
He really is not afraid to throw that ball, and that's impressive.
Yeah, I mean, again, we made the point, first varsity start he's made essentially starts at middle school and then freshman at JV, and just launched that one up there. And Taylor, getting that separation huge, caused that pass interference. And so you will take that all day for the Boomers.
This is where the Boomers, they just, what they asked for in terms of they needed to capitalize off of this and what they needed to do in order to do that.
Yeah, set themselves up with some momentum if they could get this one in.
Especially with them getting the ball in the half.
Yeah, they did kick off to start this, as I was confused originally.
I don't know why. Did an official think that maybe that was a spot foul or something? Because they were discussing where you need to mark it off from. That was very.
So it'll be the 15-yard penalty on the pass interference. Move the Boomers from the 32 up to. They didn't quite go 50. Oh, yeah, they did. The 32 up to the 17. It'll be 1st and 10 for Woodward in the red zone. Ace Long this time will be in the backfield, and power set there. The Wildcat, he'll take snap, up the gut, bounces out to right side, spins off a man, chugging forward inside the 10 to the 6. And another powerful run there by Ace in the Wildcat. I think he may have got the first down needed, it looks like, to get to the 7. I think he got there. And it will be 1st and goal for the Boomers. Ace Long with a 10-yard carry out of the Wildcat set.
That is a great wrinkle for the Boomers to have in their offense. The only downside is it's the same play every time. So at some point, they're going to figure that out, and we got to switch it up a little bit. But like I said, we have seen Ace throw the ball in the game on a 2-point conversion attempt. So maybe every once in a while they have him drop back and make a throw.
So Ace back in the Wildcat, takes the snap quick, and now we got a whistle and a flag.
Looked like it might have been a false.
And it was. I was looking over at the play clock. There was still a couple seconds left, but yeah, false start, as you mentioned, Clint. So unfortunately for the Boomers, go from 1st and goal at the 7 to now 1st and goal at the 12.
It's crazy to see Ace Long as a freshman, like we mentioned, have that presence of mind to keep his legs going whenever he's, in the pile like that getting tackled.
And that's instinct. I mean, when you have that ability straight away or with a guy, you just go, man, I want to make sure I don't ruin this kid.
Imagine him in 2 years with all the weightlifting and all the muscle being added.
Yeah. And I think that's one, why, when he had that concussion, he's had a quad injury this year that they've kind of babied a little bit. That's why he hadn't done the kicking duties. You don't want to mess him up. He's had so much future.
Another false start, it looked like.
And Ace Long going to take the snap from the Wildcat. Does get up to the 5, but as Clint mentioned, flags coming down as that one was getting snapped. And another false start. And boy, you cannot shoot yourselves in the foot like this trying to capitalize on the drive. You've now got 1st and goal at the 17.
I think we're going to get a timeout for the Boomers.
We will at 10:42. We just took a timeout, so we'll keep it here. Coach Lucian going to try to talk to his guys and figure out what's going on because you cannot have those back-to-back penalties. You got it up to the 7, and now you've set yourself in a spot where.
Now, do you think it could be something involving how we keep on switching back from Douglas to Long and the Wildcat? Some confusion going on there?
Or? I mean, false starts, it was just eagerness, right, Eric?
I think part of it is, whenever you go into that Wildcat, every time we're going straight to the middle, and it's those guys that are in the middle that are trying to get that push.
Right.
And I think that's not necessarily eagerness, but you're trying to jump it as quick as possible to get that push, and I think that's what's happening.
Well, especially with the size of that John Marshall defensive line breaks. We've seen it not a lot, but just a couple times so far in this first half where that defensive line, when they go aggressive and get the linebacker help, it's tough to stop them. So to that point, Eric, those Woodward offensive linemen and blockers trying to be first to the punch, if you will.
It seems like that they're trying to be a little bit more physical up front and dealing with those guys because they know they're undersized. So they're trying to get good leverage, and that could be leading to those false starts.
Which you like the drive from your line and say, hey, let's get up under those pads because that's the thing. But you can't do it at the cost of penalties.
Yeah, I'll say this is one of those situations I would actually throw the ball with Ace.
Yeah.
Try to get him. You've gone what, 3 straight where you tried to go, wildcat, pound it, have him maybe even take a step up, like he's taking off, take a step back, and then
the jump pass, the Tebow jump pass.
Not necessarily the Tebow. We're a little too far for that, but you can still like have him show run, go up, pull up real quick, and then he can make a quick throw.
Yeah, that would be a thing of beauty, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, if you get the leak out of the tight end of Luis, or maybe even you just slip Talon or somebody in there. So, 1st and 17 for the Boomers after the consecutive penalties backed them up 10 yards. 10:42 to go in the half. John Marshall up 22-7, but Woodward trying to close that gap here. They've come out with that power formation. Ace is going to be in the gun with it. Got a receiver to each side. Talon Laird and Mason Bourne. Talon on the far side. 2 down backs being Ethan Matt and Casey Bourne. Ace will take it. He's going to cut it back here to the far side. He's got a hole. 10-5. Can he get it in? And he is in, yes, for the touchdown. And faked it to the left and just had that huge hole on the backside. Ace Long from 17 yards out.
Yeah, that counter, it actually, it's kind of the same concept almost, with, except it wasn't a throw. Is, he showed that it was going to go back up the middle, and all of a sudden he cut to the outside. You could tell that was designed to do that, and John Marshall wasn't ready for him to cut it back to the outside.
And just had nothing but green grass ahead of him. So 10:38 to go in the half, and Woodward on the board again. And will cut back into the John Marshall lead. That drive taking 59 seconds.
Apparently all we need to do is just call a timeout right after a false start, and we'll get a touchdown.
Apparently it works. It works. And on for the extra point here is Ace, as they're getting everybody on. Ryan Douglas going to be the holder.
Guys, we may get out of here at about 11:30 tonight. I'm
yeah,
just going to say that.
It's taking a minute. It's been a long first half. So Ace will mark off the steps here for the extra point. There's a snap, ball is down, hold is good, and the kick is good. So 10:38 to go in the half. The Boomers cut it back to a one touchdown game, 22-14. John Marshall still on top, but guys, that's exactly what we want to see, and it took a roundabout way to get there, but they did take advantage of the great field position.
It wasn't pretty, but the Boomers, ultimately capitalized. Like Clint said, those are situations where we got to be able to capitalize on, and they were able to finally punch it in after, potentially trying to give it up. So
yeah. So 5-play, 32-yard drive, we will call it, for the Boomers. As mentioned, time to drive just about 59 seconds as they took over the ball there with 11:37 to go in the half. We're at 10:38. So.
And I had this thought because I talked about the fact that we're going to get out of here 11:30, and I had this thought 8-man games are probably already getting over with. I just looked it up. Winoka's already beat Sharon Mutual.
Well, no, that's not fair because they 45.
Yeah, but still, I mean, it's first. They've already gone through a whole half.
I feel like that's more of a brag on your Rails, who are now the #1 team in the state in Class C after taking down Timberlake in a big matchup last week. So.
Yeah, you got to try something. No, that wasn't the intent. But hey, I'll take it. I'll take it.
We'll see.
We'll see. We talk about them all day long. I'm happy for those kids.
No, great bunch. Coach Allen over there and crew doing a fantastic job for sure. And for the kickoff here, it will be Lucas Shirky in, and he's going to go with a targeted kick. And, yeah, that one going to carry out of bounds. Tried to do the short kick, not necessarily an onside, but just a sky kick, and unfortunately.
Like we tried to go for one of those targeted kicks, and it just, just healed it.
So that'll set up John Marshall with some solid field position as they'll take over with 10:38 to go in the half. Final stoppages, as we mentioned here.
Although I guess you'd rather have that than, the return kickoff that we saw earlier.
True, and that's why they were respecting the returners of John Marshall, because they have that explosive ability. So, and now Coach Beer is all the way out here on near the.
Well, and he may be asking, because it's so hard to judge where a ball goes out of bounds.
Right.
Was that 10 yards?
That's a good point. I'm assuming it might have been. Well, be first down, as we mentioned. Put them at the 35, so that's where John Marshall will take over at their own 35. Yeah, because if it's not 10, I believe maybe you're saying re-kick there potentially is what.
I think that's what he was going for.
Not going to get it, so John Marshall will be. Now they're moving it back up, so thought at 35.
Worth him arguing over, though, because it did look like it was a little close.
Right. So we'll move them up to where it went out of bounds, which is
It's 5 yards from where it went out of bounds, I think, is what they're doing.
So that'd be the 42 is where they've got it. Still in their own territory, but moved up there 7 yards.
This is where we need to see the Boomer defense just respond with, 3 and out.
And it'll be in the gun. Middleton by himself, trips to the far one to the near and out man across formation. Middleton going to go with the QB draw, and a man on him right away. And a ball came out. It came out. I think John Marshall got back on top of it, but a great tackle there. Was that Moose that got in on him?
I think it was Moose in there.
Like it.
I think there's a flag on the play because he probably got him. It looked like he did get him a little high, but
I'm saying that's just I think the ball came out. Remember, the refs have pink flags, so it could get confusing with the little.
It looked like there was a flag out, but yeah, now they're saying let's go. And it sounded like the Woodward PA announcer also said there was a flag on the play.
Yeah,
so.
I think Troy Hartley got confused a bit. But be 2nd and 9 that gave Milton a yard. Milton in a gun now, trips to the far, one to the near, tight end on the near, man in motion. Fake the handoff, quick pass out there. Milton just floats it too far. Kylan Drennan had a hand on it, but Milton just let him way too much there.
But Clint, you can see down there really well as far as the pressure the Boomers are getting.
Yeah, number 44, Lewis Corral, was right in Middleton's face.
And that defensive line has been fantastic all season, Eric. We've seen that 3-man front between Luis and they've got L.J. Mason out there playing in now since they moved Hunter to the middle linebacker spot. But Hunter and then Ethan Matt, of course, at the nose have been fantastic. 3rd and 9 for John Marshall. Dorian Milton in the gun by himself. Pressure. Corral almost got him, but escapes it now to the far sideline. Going to sling a pass, has a man,
for you.
And it's caught.
Yep.
Oh, my goodness. Terrence Caldwell tiptoeing right past the stick. I think he's got the first down.
That is impressive.
Yeah, that's one of those, having that athlete in there as quarterback, that's one thing he can provide for you, and a great job to
no, they said he was out of bounds. He caught it, but he was out of bounds when he caught it is what they'll say. That looked real close.
It looked to me like he got a foot down. And it looked, initially the official over there, I thought he rolled it.
Caught.
Yeah, I
they
thought
did at first.
So they changed it. So 4th and 9. Woodward's gets a break, gets that 3 and out Clint was talking about. And on to punt here, it'll be Sandersfield. Taylor Laird back deep to receive. Punt almost over the head of Sandersfield. He retrieved and got it. Punt a bit of a sidewinder. Taylor just going to call fair catch. A good roll here, a favorable roll for John Marshall. This will be inside the 15 and it looks like the 13. That's where the Boomers will take over with 9:34 to go in the half.
I really wish the Boomers would ring the house because, again, that was another one. The snap, 2 straight punts that the snap was a bad snap, and if the Boomers had several guys going at him in full force, probably would have blocked it.
Uncomfortable for him to be back there, it seems like.
Yeah, it's not natural. They don't really have a natural kicker on the roster. We've seen that between punt and kickoff, and the fact that they don't go for extra points, they just go straight for 2-point conversions.
We say that, yet he pinned him at the 13-yard line.
Yeah.
Making a case for the
exactly.
the big man punter, I see.
Hey, why don't you just go stand on their sideline, Clint?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I'm saying that. We say that.
First and 10 for the Boomers at their own 13. Ace Long going to be in the gun with the power Wildcat set. He has a bit of a hold to the near side, fumbles it down, and has to scoop it back up.
Picked it back up.
And it looked like, could see who was in on that. They got the hand on him with it, but forced it out. Big 56 there, I believe, which would be Alante Benford, the right end. And Ace thankfully picked it up, and instead of gaining a couple, at least to the line of scrimmage.
Yeah.
So it could have been disaster, but avoided.
Well, I almost wonder if maybe that was just, it slipped out of Ace's hand. Because
It might have been.
a lot of times when Ace runs, he runs right up the back, of one of his blockers, and he may have easily just kind of bumped into somebody and it popped out.
2nd and 10, Ace Long going to be in the gun. In that power Wildcat set again. A receiver each side. Down back, Casey Bourne and Ethan Matt. Now in motion goes Taylor Laird, and he'll take the end around, the little flip, and he's got up to the 15. Good tackle in the open field there by Shaz Gilliford to take down Taylor. And almost had the edge. Did get a couple yards up to the 16, and it'll bring up a 3rd and about 7. They call that's technically a pass because it's that little flip forward, so we'll call it a pass.
So Ace now has 2 passing yards on the night.
3,
sir. That's 3? That
3.
was a 3-yard 3-yard pass? Okay. See, Ace can do it all.
He can do it all. Kind of an old school guy. Kicker, your running back, yeah. Yeah. Third, and they're going to say 6, but it's 3rd and 7 for the Boomers. Ace is going to be back there in the gun. Receiver to each side. Power set again. This time the down blockers on the far side. And Ace is going to power forward, lower the shoulder. Needed to get to the 23 and is not going to get to the 20. Got about to the 19. Now bring up a 4th and about 4 for the Boomers.
Hey, speaking of doing it all, big shout out, and to the late Bob Fenimore, who's, former Boomer in the 40s, was inducted to the Oklahoma State Ring of Honor. That's a huge,
This past weekend, yeah.
This past weekend, he was in the first class of the Boomer Woodward WHS Hall of Fame, so that's cool to see.
And was a guy that, by all accounts, was really OSU's first superstar, if you will. Led some great teams there in the 40s. Cash Shipley back to punt. He will get the snap clean and gets a running start into this punt. Nice, but a bit didn't hang well, and now it's picked up by Drennan. He's got a good return across the 40 of the Boomers down to the 35, fielded at about the 48 in his own territory, and just took off from there. Decent boot by Ace, but didn't get the hang time that allowed Drennan to have a solid return.
Yeah, that was kind of a long line drive type of kick.
So John Marshall takes over at the Boomer 35 with 7:10 to go in the half. They lead 22-14. See if they come up with another stop here, as they did on the last drive. This time Middleton going to be in the pistol set, it looks like, as Drennan's going to be behind him as the running back. Got 2 receivers to the far, 1 to the near, and a tight end. And now the handoff to Drennan. He bounces out to the far side, has a hole, and lowers his shoulder and meets Taylor Laird right there at the 30. It's about a 5-yard run, but that was a collision.
Yeah, and
it looks like Taylor's slow to get up.
You don't like to see that, because Taylor also has just come back from concussion.
Concussion, yeah.
And immediately the official blew his whistle.
Yeah, we see our athletic trainer running over there, and Coach Lujan's heading over there now also.
That one might have been what they call the wind knocker. I mean, that was right into Taylor's ribs almost with the shoulder. So 7:02 to go in the half. We got an injured Boomer. We have an injured timeout. So let's go ahead and step aside with it real quick and take a break. You're listening to Boomer Football on Z92. And welcome back to Boomer Football on Z92. Clint Shelton, Eric Scott, Tyler Riggs with you. It looks like Taylor Laird up and walking off under his own power, and we'll see how he handles coming back or not. But again, that one just looked like it was right into his chest with the shoulder.
I think you were right about getting the wind knocked out of him.
I mean, that'll do it. Drennan's a powerful back. We've seen that.
He looks like it.
And, you get that guy into your chest. That's a little rough to take that wind out of you quick. And Taylor jogging off to the sideline now. So it looks like might be all right. We'll see how he goes the rest of the half here. 2nd and 6, they call it, for John Marshall. It'll be Milton in the gun, Drennan with him in kind of a off-back sit, if you will. 2 receivers to the far, 1 to the near, a tight end on the near side. Milton takes the snap, hands off inside to Drennan, and he steps across the 30 up to about the 28 before a couple Boomers get to him. Casey Boring in on the tackle, middle linebacker, or the strong side linebacker, and stops him short of the sticks for about a, say, 3-yard gain.
And Tyler, one thing I want to mention is I've seen this multiple times tonight. Really the sportsmanship of John Marshall. Just then as Taylor's coming across the field, or you can tell somebody's like, "Hey, you okay?" I've seen him pull. It's completely opposite than what we saw last week.
Yeah, we won't get too deep in that one. We'll just say Chickasha had a couple players, at least one ejected and a couple close. 3rd and 3 for John Marshall, and in the backfield, Ethan Madden. Oh! And Drennan pitches it at the last second to Middleton, who breaks the tackle, still running. Breaks another tackle. Is he going to have the first down? He will. Now the 10, the 5, a touchdown, but multiple flags down. Are you kidding me? From Kyle and Drennan.
They're still throwing flags.
They're throwing multiple flags. My goodness. There's about 6 flags down. But Ethan Matt had that handoff blown up in the backfield as Drennan is going down. He realizes his quarterback, Dorian Milton, is right behind him, pitches it to him, and Milton breaks tackles and breaks it for a touchdown. But I think it might be coming back for a hold.
I feel like we may have multiple
There's
on here because, like you said, like they threw the flag and what is 2 or 3 seconds later they threw another one.
So there's one hold, a block in the back. So a hold and a block in the back, both on John Marshall. So this play not going to stand. But my goodness,
Talking
talking
about
about
same play though.
of all the plays, that's not going to count.
And I think I did see one that looked like it was blocking the back. Honestly, after he had already run about
Right.
the 10-yard line, and I wouldn't. I mean, the guy who threw that flag was way, he was probably 40 yards downfield.
Yeah.
And he made that call, but still, it's one of those things. That was an amazing. And again, you have creativity when you have athletes like John Marshall
Yes.
has. And that was an amazing job, on both sides.
And so the Boomers declined the block in the back, but accepted the hold, it looks like. It will be now 3rd and 11 because it occurred, essentially we're going to call it right about the line of scrimmage. 3rd and 11 for John Marshall. From the 31, they need to get to the 20, or excuse me, I say 31. 36. I don't know what I say. 36, they got to get to the 25 for the first down. See if the Boomers can come up with a stop. 5:50 to go in the half and counting. Got about 5 seconds on the play clock. I don't think John Marshall realizes it now. Man pointing it out. And hits zeros, so there's going to be a delay of game penalty there on John Marshall. Back him up even further now to the 41. Make it a 3rd and 16. And John Marshall kind of confused, I guess, still about the trying to line up after the holding calls.
I think John Marshall coaching staff is kind of saying, was the clock ever reset?
That's a good question. So now they'll discuss it.
Because it did feel like that was really quick from the time the ball was marked. Oh.
And it looks like they'll let it stand, so they're backing him up. As you mentioned, Coach Beers wanted an explanation because he's now out there with his offense, essentially, on the field.
And again, like I mentioned, that is something that is done by the officials here in Woodward. That is
Right.
not on the clock up here.
Absolutely.
It's remote control. So
Middleton now in the pistol. Got Drennan with him in the backfield. A couple receivers. They fake the handoff. A quick pass down here to Mikel Jackson. He's got to try to be Emery, but trips up, and now going to spin back into Denzel. Mason Bourne and host Boomers. Ball came out late. And are they going to say he's down? No, they say the ball came out.
I think he got back on
And
it.
I think he did get back on it. Yep, Mikel Jackson gets back on it, but only a gain of a few, as after he got game tackled there, got up to about the 38, so only about a gain of 3. Now bring up a 4th and long for John Marshall. Again, though, they don't really have a kicker, and they're not too confident in the punting game, so they might try to go for this despite the long yardage.
Yeah, Louis Corral in there on that as well as L.J. Mason.
Tyler, it looked like it was your boy Denzel Emery in there trying to rip that ball out.
Yeah, Denzel, boy, had a great game last week and is off to the same start this week so far at that corner spot. 4th and 13 for John Marshall at the 38. They got to get to the 25. Milton in the gun now, man in motion. It's Jackson. He fakes the handoff. Milton looking to pass. He's got space to roll out to the far side. Is looking. Now fires one, and that one well overthrown. Not even Kylan Drennan could sky and get that one, and that is a turnover on downs. The Boomer defense stand tall again.
And that's exactly what you want to see out of the Boomer defense. You don't have to go in there and, force to do everything you can to tackle him.
Right.
Just force him out, force him to make a throw, and if it's decently covered, he's going to make a bad throw.
Right, because he just does not quite have that rhythm on the deep ball and really beyond probably about 5-10 yards. So we've seen that. So the Boomers take over at their own 41. 4:34 to go. It looks like they've got a timeout to work with. It'll be Ryan Douglas in there. Oop. Yep, he'll be under center. I thought it was going to be ace in the gun there for a second.
Great to see one of those 17 play.
Yeah. Now in motion goes Mason Bourne across the formation. Douglas will take the handoff. He'll take the snap. He'll hand it off to Ace Long, who gets across the 40, but not much more, to about the 41. Nope, they say the 40. So gain of a couple there brings up 2nd and 8.
We had an official lose the flag before the play even started there. Boomers are in motion. He's scrambling to get back to get his flag.
That's rough. That's not where you want to be as a ref. We had one. I was last week. Obviously, there was a big matchup in Hollis and Verne on Thursday night. I went and watched that one in person. one of the Laverne touchdowns. The rest that was backpedaling with the play, fell down, rolled through it, got up, finished running. He got a big ovation from the crowd. 2nd and 8 for the Boomers. Douglas going to be under center. Got 2 receivers to the far, 1 to the near, and Ace Long in the backfield. They will hand off to Ace. Tries to get a hole here on the near side. Finds a little bit. Gets across the 45 up to the 48. And he's going to be just about a yard short of the stick. So a solid 7-yard run there by Ace on 2nd down. Sets up a 3rd and short for the Boomers.
And again, we talk about it all the time. That is what you want out of Ace Long, really, is just to pound it like that and get you a short yardage situation and 3rd down.
And just the patience. I mean, we could continue to talk about ad nauseum. The patience he shows as a freshman when he's able to find those holes and make those cuts. 3:15 to count down here in the half. Douglas going to be under center, long in the backfield. 2 receivers out to the near, 1 to the far. Now Warren goes cross formation in motion. They'll hand it to Ace here on 3rd and 1. He's crossed the 50, does have the 1st down. Still fighting forward, now down to the 48 into John Marshall territory. And Ace with a solid, looked like 5-yard run right there for the Boomers and a 1st down. Now the Woodward kind of in that 4-mid offense. You're not necessarily in the big rush, but you do have to kind of go at a pace. It's not a 2-minute offense where you got to just go, go, go.
And like Clint said, let's just continue to pound it here. Get one, you can have one of those long, drives.
So 1st and 10 for the Boomers at the John Marshall 48. Ace Long going to be in the Wildcat in the gun there. 2 down backs, Matt and Bourne on the far side of the formation. A receiver on each side. Now snap, Ace will take it directly up the gut. Plows his head forward there. Gets across the 45 to the 44 on 1st down. A late flag comes in. Yeah, we'll see what this is going to be.
I wonder if it's going to be because you had a John Marshall guy kind of jumped in there and kind of jumped over.
Say maybe a late hit?
Not necessarily a late hit, but he was kind of in there, kind of in a fishy situation, I guess you could say. It would have been late if he would have made contact.
Unsportsmanlike against John Marshall. So this is big because now you get the yardage and you get the, as you were talking about, now the personal foul. That's 15 more. Yeah,
and I think it was one of those situations where if he would have made contact, it would have definitely been a late hit, but he hurdled to get over him.
Right.
But it was so late that it was really unnecessary to even be in there like that.
So it's essentially a net gain of 19 once you include the run plus the penalty.
Looks like they're really trying to last play to keep John Marshall's offense off the field. They waited till 1 second left on the play clock to go for it.
Well, and we know they'll get the ball back after half, so you want to maximize the clock to your point, Clint, where you don't want to give John Marshall another possession here. They still have 2 timeouts. You want to try to leave as little time possible. So the Boomers now have it at the 30 after the penalty. Be 1st and 10 in John Marshall territory. And Ace Long going to be in the gun in that Wildcat. 2 down blockers to the far side of the formation. Got a receiver on each side. Ace will take the snap. A little counter play here. Has a blocker. Oh, good open field tackle, though, right there by Shaz Gilliford. Saw that play right at that time, Eric. It looked like Ace was going to have that big space he had on the touchdown run, but Shaz cut it off.
Yeah, absolutely. And Ace probably could have made a little bit move to the inside and picked up more yards, but like you said, that was a great defensive play.
So 2-yard run there for Ace. Looked like Boosa got out big in front on the lead block too, so would have had a block after that. 2nd and 8 for the Boomers. 1:25 to go on the clock. They still have a timeout to work with. Ace going to be in the gun. 2 down backs in front of him. Receiver each side. Take the snap directly up the gut. Now gets up to the 25. Got about a gain of 3 before John Marshall able to crowd. They'll bring up a 3rd and 5 for the Boomers as the clock continues to run.
Again, I don't know if Clint recognized this as well, but it looked like the Boomers could have jumped off a little, got it going a little bit too quick there. They, obviously didn't get the call, but.
Under a minute to go now. Clock is running. And a whistle here from the ref. Guess Ryan has to come out for this play. Had some sort of malfunction. Clock is stopped now. Oh, maybe a shoe or something? I can't tell.
Looks like he's messing with his knee pad a little bit.
Oh, okay, so maybe the padding not quite in the proper spot. So that's unfortunate because Woodward
is out for a play.
Yeah, he's out for a play, and Woodward was going to have Ryan in there at quarterback. And now Coach Luchin getting an explanation, and we'll take a timeout.
Now, does that negate him being out for a play?
I believe it
Yeah,
might.
I believe it will.
So 53 seconds to go in the half. We've got one more timeout to take ourselves, so we'll step aside with it. You're listening to Boomer Football on Z92. And welcome back to Boomer Football on Z92. Clint Sheldon, Eric Scott, Tyler Riggs with you. 55 seconds to go here in the half. The Boomers facing a 3rd and 5. Had to burn a timeout after Ryan Douglas had a bit of a, I guess, a pad issue or something like that was out of place. They burned the timeout to try to make sure he can come back on the field. But instead of doing that, they will use Ace Long in the gun. So,
I mean, if it's been working for him all game, if it's not broke.
Don't fix it, I guess. So it'll be Ace in the gun. Got 2 down backs, Matt and Boren here on the near side, a receiver on each side. Ace will take the snap, and he'll go up the gut, lower that shoulder, and get about 3, maybe 4. Going to be short of the stick. Needed to get to the 20, got to the 22. Nope. And now
Looks like we had it. Looks like we had an
Yeah,
extra
they did
timeout.
clarify during the break that they did have one more timeout.
Okay, so there you go. Now you get the timeout from Coach Luchin facing a 4th and 2.
He needs to be on the sideline every
So I
week.
don't know if that was an official's timeout.
He's
or
down there. Clint's
He's on it.
actually down there reporting things. I'm just down there with the mic sounding stupid. So, Clint, maybe you just need to be down there every game.
Oh, don't get his ego big now. This is his first game. I won't hear the end of it. I will not hear the end of it.
Tyler, you act like we're friends or something.
Never with you. But anyways, 44 seconds, and now the Boomers out of timeouts. Officially there, as Clint was talking about, they clarified. 4th and 2, Eric, here. What's your call? Do you just go back to, well, with Ace, he's still getting 3 or 4 yards a pop. I mean, is that what you go with here?
I mean, I say you do it. Go for it right here. You've really had the momentum. Now you got to tell your offense you got to be ready to get up on the line because you're out of timeouts.
Right.
Because
Yeah,
you
you
run
have to
it
move
as soon, and it's not going to take the chains a long ways to get there.
Sure.
So as soon as they get it set, clock's rolling, get under it pretty quick. But I'd say just stick with that Wildcat and pound it, and or maybe even bring Douglas in there, make it look like it's going to be a pass. So they're expecting to kind of spread it out a little bit, and then all of a sudden you hand it back off to Ace. But
What would be
gotta
great
be,
to do
gotta be
is see
quick.
if what Eric was talking about earlier was the Ace Long, do one of those Tim Tebow
Pop
type
passes,
Yeah,
yeah.
pop passes.
See if we can hit it or not, if they do.
It's like
but
Ryan
it'll be-
Douglas is coming in for this play.
Yes, he is. It'll be Douglas in the gun with Ace in the backfield with him. 2 receivers to the far, 2 to the near. The 2 are in tight here to the near as the ball is on the right hash.
They're going to try to hard count it too.
See what they do. And Douglas going to drop back to pass. It's going to be a quick pass. He's rolling out to near under pressure. He's going to have to throw it for man.
Intercepted.
Picked off by Kylan Drennan. Miscommunication a bit there. Douglas was under pressure. He thought it looked like at the at that spot was going to be Zane Weibel, but Zane
It looks
said,
like
hey,
he
I see-
broke off.
Yeah,
a little
broke
too
off the
early.
route and was trying to help his quarterback under pressure, and Drennan comes up with an easy pick.
Yeah, I think that's one of those situations where I say you stick with Ace and go up the middle. Whether you do it in the Wildcat or you bring in Douglas and make him think a little bit that he's going to potentially throw the ball. But I say you keep going up the middle, get up on the line quick.
Despite that interception, it looks like we haven't been shooting ourselves in the foot as much. This offense
Right.
has been a lot
Yeah.
more fluid in terms of going back from the Wildcat to Douglas.
So 1st and 10 for John Marshall. They got 2 timeouts, 39 seconds to go in the half. Ball is on their own 18. Milton takes the snap. He'll fake the handoff. Now bounces at the outside, trying to get to the edge. Hunter Harrison on him, but he slips out of the tackle. But a tackle made by a Boomer. Ethan Matt pursued him there and tracked him down. Good job by Hunter to string that out and force that back by Milton. And now John Marshall burns one of those timeouts after only about a yard gain from Dorian Middleton, the quarterback. Boy, you know, Eric, we talked about a lot last week. Just seeing Hunter Harrison kind of unleashed in that middle linebacker spot. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, it is. You know, and he looks like a linebacker. I mean,
does.
that's the
He built
thing
like
is
it, yeah.
he looks like the type of guy that could probably go be a small college linebacker or something like that. He has the footwork, he's quick, he reads the ball. He has the leadership to kind of control the defensive side of the ball, you know, like as far as kind of like the defensive captain. So
Interesting that John Marshall burned the timeout because you run the ball there on first down with the limited clock.
yeah.
And so now if you're, I mean, we know Milton does not have the deep ball arm unless he just really tries to heave one up there, but it's probably not going to be accurate. You don't think they risk it here trying to go deep, do they? I mean, right before the half.
I don't think they risk it, but you know, it's also one of those things where you get 25 seconds, you know, with the speed you have, if you can break one loose, you know, and you're not getting the ball back, you know, so you are kind of going deep does kind of give you that option of, you know, having another opportunity.
And it'll be 2nd and 9 for John Marshall. Milton in the gun, Drennan with them. They'll hand off to Drennan up the gut, and he's got a few yards up to the 23, but only about a gain of 3 there, and it looks like John Marshall now content with letting that clock run towards the half here, and that is what they will do. They don't have to get a
Tell them
playoff,
to back up. They're free on the pass right here.
and they're going to let it go to the half. So that will be the halftime. John Marshall will take a 22-14 lead into the break over your Woodward Boomers. Tight ball game here at Boomer Stadium. We'll step aside for break and come back with the Dairy Queen halftime show. You're listening to Boomer Football on Z92.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. If you would direct your attention to the field, we would like to introduce the 3rd and 4th grade Boomer football team. These young men will be playing in the Gridiron Bowl this coming Tuesday, October the 18th at 6:30 p.m. against the Canton Tigers here at Boomer Stadium. Number 1, Lane Loomis. Number 2, Noah Nelson. Number 3, Theo Nelson. Number 11, Cade Hoffman. Number 12, Slade Fortner. Number 13, Rick Luther. Number 15, Axel Long. Number 22, Henry Riley. Number 25, Mason Bronner. Number 27, Jackson Bronner. Number 44, Jackson Vickers. Number 55, Abe Long. Number 56, Zane Roberts.
And welcome back to Boomer Football on Z92 and Boomer TV. Clint Shelton, Eric Scott, Tyler Ridge with you. We are at the Dairy Queen halftime show as your Boomers trail 22-14 after the break, or at the break, to the John Marshall Bears. Right now, the Pee Wee guys getting introduced here, led by Chris Long, head coach, and Adam Nelson, Todd, John Riley. So there you go. As they, I believe they've got a Gridiron Bowl Tuesday here, is what that is. So they're getting introduced, Pee Wee team there.
Yeah, it sounded like they're, what do you say, Canton?
Yeah, Canton, I think is what Chris Long said, yeah. So They were excited for that, and they were trying to rope somebody into calling that. We'll see about that. We'll see. But no, here at the break, as mentioned, 22-14, and we thought for a minute that things were kind of in trouble. John Marshall went on explosive first drive there, a 6-play 73-yarder, but there's a 50-yard run by Dorian Middleton, the explosive athletic quarterback for John Marshall. Woodward answered with a 17-play 77-yard drive that took 7 minutes off the clock. Just fantastic drive, capped off by a 1-yard touchdown run by Ace Long. And then you had the miscue on the kickoff where Denzel Emery didn't field it clean, and John Marshall was able to jump on it. They turned that into, had the return touchdown after that, 90 yards by Dondrick Jackson. Went 90 yards to make it 14-7 after a 2-point conversion. No good there. And then that's when the return miscue happened. We're talking about with Denzel Emery. John Marshall was able to take that, get a 1-yard touchdown run from Middleton after a 6-play 68-yard drive and make it 22-7. But Woodward would find an answer after a couple of drives, going on a 5-play 32-yard drive after getting a big stop against John Marshall. Ace Long had a 17-yard touchdown run there to make it to 22-14, and that's where we stand at the break. And Clint, I think I agree with you pretty well for what you said earlier about offensively. Woodward's flow has looked so much better this game than it did, last week and the last couple of weeks. And obviously part of that with Sam being out this week, you had a chance to really practice and lock in on what you want to do from a game plan standpoint. But it seems like they've been pretty consistent offensively.
It's a little even more impressive if you think about it, like how Coach Lujan mentioned that it's a short week, and the game is on Thursday, so we have to respond in that sense that you lose your starting quarterback, and then you have to come back with a different attitude. But the thing that really impresses me so much is the fact that with this Woodward Boomer team, that there's going to be some mistakes, but it's how you respond. And how this team responded so far to, several mistakes, they've done looking fantastic.
And, Eric, defensively for the Boomers, really it came down to that big run that Milton had to set up the first touchdown. And then defensively, I don't think you could blame the next 2 touchdowns necessarily on that defense. Special teams have to be better. We saw that in the first half. But defensively, the Boomers have really handled the John Marshall attack pretty well.
Yeah, they really have, and that's what, we talked about in pregame is the way the Boomers play defense. It does set up, it does allow the Boomers to be able to control the game a little bit better. And then after that, really that first series and then those kind of miscues on the special team side of the ball, the Boomers have done an excellent job, controlling the defensive side. They had made a pass here or there, but against an offense like this, if you give up a pass, you give up a pass because you're going to force them into some bad throws.
Right, which we have seen for sure. And Eric, you were talking earlier about Blonde Bomber Bob Fenimore, and him getting inducted to the Oklahoma State Ring of Honor, excuse me. And how big of an honor that was. And he was part of that inaugural Woodward Hall of Fame class, that first one. And I know right now you kind of want to talk about the nominations and how, we need to get some of those nominations in for the next class upcoming here.
Yeah, absolutely. There's definitely, there's some nominations that have been turned in. But, from my understanding that, they definitely could use many more, and there's been a lot of great athletes. I've sat back and think about some athletes that, whenever I was in school that I think could be nominated, and I'm going to put in my nomination for them. So it's really easy actually to submit a nomination for them. You could just go to woodwardathletics.org. There's a Hall of Fame link on there, and they can join those Hall of Famers that got inducted this year, including one that played ball whenever I was here, Kayla Gaines, Kayla Bowers.
Yes.
Her maiden name. Joey Miller. She's a little bit younger than me, but she was, one of the first premier female state wrestlers.
Yeah.
And she was awesome. Roxy Merklin, who I'm trying to remember. I think she retired maybe my freshman year, so maybe my class scared her. I don't know. But Roxy Merklin.
I'd be scared if I had a young Eric Scott in my classroom, too.
We had a track team that was inducted in the Hall of Fame. So we've had the athletes here at Woodward, and I think there's plenty that can go into our Hall of Fame. They've just got to be nominated. So, if you are listening and you know of an athlete that, definitely deserves to be honored, or a contributor. That's what the
Contributor or a teacher, yeah. I was about to say, it's not just the athlete. They're trying to honor essentially all phases
Right.
of the Woodward community athletically, in the classroom, and then people that have made sure to prop up this program and try to move it forward as well in that sense. So definitely something to think about and keep in mind as you go throughout the rest of the school year and beyond. Got about 12:15 or so left to go in the half, so with that first half recap, we will step aside for a quick break and come back with some scores from around the Tri-State and mention some of the district, or the one other district contest going on right now. You're listening to Boomer Football on Z92. And welcome back to Boomer Football here on Z92 and Boomer TV. Clint Sheldon, Eric Scott, Tyler Riggs with you. Gave you a first half recap there before the break. Now let's dive into some of those scores from around the Tri-State. First with the district score here. We mentioned one other district game going on tonight in 4A1. That was Elk City and Chickasha battle for the top of the district. Elk City right now at home taking care of business 38-7 over Chickasha in the third quarter. Some big-time stuff there. And then, Eric, you've got Class A scores for us right now here.
Yeah, I got some Class A scores for us. Down here, Thomas actually making a showing tonight against number 8, Burns Flat Hill City.
Wow.
It's 18-14 Burns Flat. That game is being played at Thomas. Fairview is putting it on to Moreland right now, 23-6 in the third quarter.
That's actually a good job by that Moreland defense, because Fairview, folks, is averaging 60 points a game.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive. Out in the Panhandle, we got a couple Class A Panhandle schools going at it. Big game. Texoma at Hooker. Texoma 14, Hooker 6. That's in the third quarter as well. One to note that the Boomers are going to see coming up. I believe it's Cashin versus Christian Heritage, maybe?
Christian Heritage, yeah. Cashin, Woodward will play them next week in Cashin.
Right, Woodward plays them next week in Cashin. They are down 14-12 currently. Kind of, let's see, where are we at here? I guess okay, I think those are all the area schools in Class A that I could find.
Okay, looking at Class B here for us. Some interesting developments there. So the big one we previewed on game night at 6 o'clock over on K101 was Balco Forgan Turpin. Balco Forgan, of course, knocked off Shack in big fashion last week. Turn around, had to make that trip to Turpin. An underrated Turpin squad, I thought, and just started to get ranked. They were hosting Balco Forgan. They were up 46-6 in the third quarter. The Cardinals making some noise over there with Coach Justin Hanna there in B1. the #1 team in Class B right now, at least by a lot of publications. Oklahoma Bible Academy up big on Ringwood in the third, 42-8 there. Oklahoma Bible Academy has a big-time senior quarterback that came back after they played that independent season last year in the transition. Cherokee right now, the Chieftains down, unfortunately, to Garber, 20-12 in the fourth quarter there. Garber, kind of a team that it lost a lot from last year, but kind of building up. They usually reload pretty well, so they will be a contender to maybe get into the playoffs there. Another big one, NB1, huge matchup, Shattuck and Laverne. That one in Shattuck, Laverne has walked in and taken the victory, 58-6, the final.
Wow.
And Shattuck back-to-back weeks, unfortunately, dropping it. And the crazy thing is, we talked about Laverne, Shattuck, Backel, Forgan, Turpin, and Hollis. All 5 of those teams at one point so far in the season all together have been ranked, according to either the Oklahoman or the AP. One of those teams is missing the playoffs in B1, and Shattuck now finds themselves in a whole 0-2 in district play.
Yeah, going to Class C now. Medford and Tyrone, Medford's one of those teams that kind of snuck in there. Not a lot of people were expecting them to be as good. Tyrone obviously down a little bit. It's 40-8. Medford out at Tyrone. So, they're making that long, boring drive from Medford out there. I'm telling you guys, if you've ever gone east of Alva, it gets really boring. So, that is a long drive out to Tyrone. Medford's making the best of it. Timberlake and Buffalo. Timberlake off that loss last week against the Rails. Timberlake is up 38-12 right now. Gary and Ryan. Gary is making a showing tonight in the fourth quarter. It's 24-8.
And that's a program that's been down for a minute, but they've had some of those results this year where you can say, okay, maybe something's developing over there in Gary.
Yeah, absolutely. Boise City, they played Deer Creek Lamont tonight. They're both kind of out of our area, but they both play schools within our area. Two winless teams.
Yeah.
So an amazing game tonight, but it was 56-6 Boise City.
And Boise City's played a very tough schedule to this point.
Yes,
so to clarify that, they're probably better than their record.
Not in our area, but #1 Tipton. They're rolling. They rolled tonight over Granfield, 46-0.
Now, your Rails are #1 at least according to the Oklahoma.
Yes, that depends on
who you're at. Yeah, you got 1A and 1B essentially.
And so, probably going to. Yeah, I still think it's a Timberlake Winoka, in the long run.
Right.
But one of those is going to play Tipton.
Oh yeah.
And so it's 46-0. Tipton over Granfield, and Winoka put it on the Sharon Mutual tonight, 46-0. Beat them at halftime.
And a younger Sharon Mutual team also had some injuries, some key injuries, so they're doing what they can. But yeah, Winoka just a machine right now, rolling as they are. I did forget to mention one Class B score in Sealing and Lacomas. That one was played at noon today. Sealing won that one 62-14. Yeah, a noon game because they said, hey, fall break, let's get it in.
That's true. Let's get it over with. Let's get out of here.
And Sealing, I talked to Coach Manuel earlier this season. Yeah, now they're in a district, by all accounts, not as deep. Still got to try to be strong, but I think he liked the challenge of B1 quite a bit. So.
Yeah. I do want to. We got a couple 2A schools that we kind of got in the area. I do want to touch on that. Alva, third quarter up on Chisholm, big rivalry game.
Yes.
Chisholm's battling back from some issues a few years ago. It's 44-6. Hennessy is blanking Blackwell right now, 41-0.
Wow.
So.
And Hennessy's been putting up some points recently. They've had some big-time showings within district play, so they might be a legit contender there in 2A for the district. And Alva, again, kind of a up-and-down season. They have some good showings, and then they turn around and kind of it's been inconsistent in that sense. But when they roll, they've been really good.
Yeah, and all indications was Alva's going to have a pretty good year, and then they get, they allow – the Fairview had 63 points.
I'm telling you, that's an aberration.
It is
Fairview is – to me, that's #1 team in A right now. That is a beast of a team.
So, but again, whenever you're going through those, building processes, Alva's been down for a few years, and you start seeing the inconsistencies kind of as you're starting to make that turn the other direction. So,
got about 3 or so minutes here before teams come back out onto the field and get their warm-up. So we'll take our final break of the Dairy Queen halftime show, and on the other side, we'll talk about some keys to the second half for the Boomers. You're listening to Boomer Football on Z92. And welcome back to Boomer Football on Z92 and Boomer TV. Teams getting back onto the field here out of the halftime locker rooms and getting their stretching going, if you will. So we've got a couple minutes. And guys, we broke down the first half there in terms of what we like from the Boomers. Talked a little bit about some of the things they need to clean up. Eric, starting with you here, what are your keys for the Boomers to the second half to be able to come out with this win?
You know, it's one of those that it's hard to say because we really haven't done a whole lot wrong.
Right. Just
you know,
small couple.
You know,
things.
it's a couple special teams mistakes here and there. You know, and that we had that interception at the end of the game. You know, whether that was a play call issue, whether it was a defended cross up, whatever it is. You know, but overall, it hasn't been that bad of a game for the Boomers, and I think they just need to come out and continue to do what they were doing.
And Clint, for you, what do you think is your big key to the second half of the Boomers, or keys?
I think the main thing that I have seen so far is I've seen consistency, and consistency is key. So whenever you are down there and you abandon that wildcat formation,
right,
shouldn't be doing that. I mean, you guys are pounding and averaging 5 to 6 yards a play.
Sure.
So you got to keep with that. So don't abandon the game plan like that.
Yeah, that goes back to I felt like on that that interception. On that play, we should have stuck with that. We should have kept going. Whether it was doing it out of the wildcat or bringing Douglas in to kind of as a decoy almost and still going to ace. Just sticking to what we've been doing and what we've been doing well.
Definitely. No, I agree with that for sure. And
yeah,
I think if you could just find a way to get some more of those big downfield plays in the passing game, I think that's going to continue to free up that wildcat formation when you go with it. Yeah, Eric's got up here vibing in the press box.
I see it
right
up
now.
there.
Yeah, let's see it. But I'm telling you, I have seen men, young and old, women, young and old, kids, maybe even, who knows, maybe an extraterrestrial that visited that we didn't know was here has vibed to Party in the USA. You just got to. It's just that song.
You look out among the crowd, and there's people bobbing their heads. And it's male,
that's
female.
the equivalent to our Wisconsin jump around, right?
Yeah.
Hey, and if you've ever been, I'll say this, is doing middle school softball. I rode with a couple of female teams last year at the school I was at. Every bus I've been on, this song somehow comes on.
It's that
and
song.
so there's just something about this song.
You forgot to mention that you're the one playing it, Eric.
Hey, I'm trying to keep that on the DL.
Oh, man.
Way to throw me under the bus. I appreciate that.
Oh, man. Woodward will get the ball to start the second half as they had kicked it off to begin the game because John Marshall had chosen that option there. So, that being said, do want to mention, too, Friday Night Quick Scores rolling along over on K101 right now. So if you're trying to keep up with everything going on in the Tri-State, got about an hour left there. They'll have that presentation until 10 o'clock. And do want to note as well, fifth quarter after Friday Night Quick Scores just running until 11 tonight because we do have Fall Day starting tomorrow at the Woodward County Event Center there. So that'll be 3 days of food, folks, and fun. Got a lot of vendors. Maybe the fullest show we've had, quite honestly, for Fall Days in a long time. That will get underway tomorrow at 11 a.m. That's when the doors will open. If you want to come in, free entry. There's no charge to get into the show. And come check things out. And then Saturday will be 10 to 8, and Sunday will be noon to 5. So bringing the Tri-State together for great Fall Days.
Hey, Tyler, I think we need to stick with this crew we have up here, and because his mic hasn't cut out at all.
It's a miracle. It's not fair because we've had issues. I warned him about those issues off air.
Interesting, Dakota's not here, and we're not having issues, so I'm just saying.
Dakota's down there cutting the wires.
Uh-oh. On the kickoff there, Ace Long got it between his legs. Shaz Guilford, another kind of crazy kick that just wound up a bit short from where the Boomer thought it was going to be, but Ace was able to hop back on, and the Boomers will take over at their own 26.
They're doing pretty good with those targeted kicks and messing us up, getting us out of rhythm.
And the sad part is, I don't even think they're meant to be at the target they're going. It's just happening that way for
exactly. It's
John
that untargeted targeted.
The Wombo combo there.
The Wombo combo.
So the Boomers take over to start the third quarter at their own 26. Trailing 22-14. It'll be Ryan Douglas out there. No, excuse me. Got Ace in the Wildcat. Power set, starting out straight away with it. Ace will take the direct snap. Now try to bounce it to the near side here. Has a bit of a hole. Gets across the 30. and gets taken down at 31. So a nice little 5-yard gain there, 4 or 5-yard gain for Ace on first down. And right back to where we were talking about, that formation, as simple as it is, John Marshall knows it's coming, but they really haven't been able to stop it.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, but again, that's what we've said. The Boomers have been able to do all year is those 4, 5, 6, 7-yard runs from Ace. And, you know, kind of if you continue to do that all game, you're going to wear them down.
And Ace back out there again in the gun. 2 receivers to each side, down backs on the far side of the formation. Ace direct snap will go off the far side this time, tries to bounce it out. Gets, flat forward for an extra couple yards there and got right at the stick. He needed to get to the 37, and I think they'll mark him just maybe an inch short there, but it's going to be right there.
You know, I wonder if that was one thing that was said to him at halftime is, hey, you know, you got all this freedom. You don't have to necessarily go up the middle every time. You can move the ball around, you know, and because that looked like he started to go up the middle and recognized it and slipped out to the left side.
And 3rd and inches for the Boomers. The yard mark is right on the stick just about. So sure enough, power formation again here for the Boomers with Ace back in the gun, and now we got a timeout. Officials timeout, it looks like. So want to discuss some maybe a clock issue. Not quite sure. Oh, no, they were marking it first down. So they were saying, hey, that was on the stick, give them the first down. So instead of a 3rd and inches, Woodward gets a first down at the 37.
I will say these guys kind of been all over the place tonight. Kind of unsure what they're doing.
I would rather them, though, talk it out, take their time, and get it right, which they're at least doing.
Right.
They are being with the clarification.
Right. Ah, there was a cutout. You jinxed Eric. You got it. Victory for Eric.
Got the first cutout.
1st and 10. Ace Long in the Wildcat gun. Takes up the gut on that counter play and gets up to the 45. So, again, a nice gain there. 8 yards on first down. Bring up a 2nd and 2. Not second. Yeah, 2nd and 2 as he needed to get to the 47.
And I know one thing the coaching staff is probably pretty cognizant of with, you know, with calling these straight up constantly running with Ace straight up the middle is the concussion issue, the quad issue he's had.
Sure.
You know when he's your guy,
wear and tear, yeah.
right? And he's a freshman, you know, so.
But you need the district win, so you got to do what you can do to get it. It's catch-22 in that sense. 2nd and 2 for the Boomers. Receiver to each side. Ace in that power set. Take it off the far side this time. Breaks through a tackle. Dragging another. Oh, my goodness. Across the 50 to the 48.
He
this
is
kid
dragging those bodies with him, man.
Just runs with so much power. Gets the first down easily. Now into John Marshall's territory at the 48. About a 7-yard run there for the first down.
This is where we find out if Ace Long is the same beast and a different animal.
No comment on that. Oh, my goodness. Bringing up the Kobe ad. You remember that Kobe Nike ad?
I did not.
Oh, you're going to have to look that one up. I was waiting for him to slip it in. I was.
I'm too old. I'm too old for those references.
Fair enough. First tip for
we'll
the Boomers.
Get you in the loop, Eric.
Yeah. First tip for the Boomers at the John Marshall 48. Ace in that gun again. Up the gut again. Fighting forward for a few yards. This time John Marshall on a bit better. Stop Ace at the 46. It'll be a gain of 2 on first down. Set up a 2nd and 8.
And again, I don't think this is worried about what Ryan Douglas can't do.
Right.
I think
just
this
what's
is a matter of what's working.
Sticking with that game plan. I mean, like I said, you're averaging a good chunk of yardage.
Yeah. I mean, even when it's a negative play, so to speak, you're still getting 2 or 3, which you'll take.
And to Eric's point, you're wearing down that front line a lot.
They've got hands on the hips. The big boys there, the nose tackle and the ends. 2nd and 8 for the Boomers. Ace Long puts a man in motion. It's Taylor Laird. They'll flip it to him. Laird trying to get to the end around here on the near side. Cuts it upfield. Gets across the 45 to the 42, it looks like. So gain of about 4 right there. Not a bad decision by Talon. It looked like that was going to get strung out a little bit and found a good little cutback lane.
Yeah, being able to switch it up like that, you're still keeping it on the ground, but you're giving Ace that little bit of rest.
Yeah. So 3rd and 4 for the Boomers. Got to get to the 38. They're at the 42. Ace is going to be in the gun. 2 receivers each side. 2 down backs on the far side of the formation. Ace will take the snap. This time they'll power it to that far side. Over lower his shoulder, bowl over a man, and get right to the stick. Got right at the 38. I think they will. I think you're right. Well, the far side ref has it marked at the stick. You got the near side ref.
Yeah, he marked it. Very good.
And I
so
think
first down.
And I think he gave him that push over the pile because,
Yeah.
I mean, technically he wasn't down, and Ace kind of lunged forward on top of the pile.
So got exactly what you needed on third down. First and 10 for the Boomers, and they're driving. Started this drive with 11, essentially started the third, and we're already down to 7:40 to go in the third quarter. Boomers trying to find that touchdown to have a chance maybe to even this up. Ace has got, or Boomers have it first and 10 at the John Marshall 38. Ace will take the snap. The counter play here to the near side has a bit of a hole. Good open field tackle by who else? Kylan Drennan. Talk about making plays for the Bears. This
If
man
he wouldn't
has
have
been all
gotten
over
that,
the field.
that would have gone a long ways.
So a 3, they'll still mark it about a 3-yard gain there, 4-yard gain, excuse me, for Ace. Bring up, no, they called 3. Okay, 38 to 35. So gain of 3 for Ace.
And we're starting to see a little bit more freedom from Ace whenever he comes out of the backfield on that Wildcat.
Yeah, like you were mentioning earlier, he's, I think you're right. And the message was, hey, you can bounce that out or, cut back, whatever you need to do with it. Ace and the Wildcat again. This time, dropping back to pass. Eric had called this. He's going to float one over there to the sideline for 10 Laird, but the ball a bit short. Laird had to try to adjust to come back to it. It'll be incomplete, though, Eric, that's what we've been waiting on for them to try to pull the trigger on one of those.
Yeah, and again, you're going to see a non-quarterback kind of throw the ball like that. And, it wasn't the greatest pass in the world, but that adds that little bit extra to the offense whenever you can throw that in there. Now John Marshall has to think about that.
And I do want to note Woodward is going against the wind into this quarter, going into the wind, and there's a bit of a gust. Old Gloria's out there waving a bit. So that might have affected that pass a touch. 3rd and 7 for the Boomers. Ace will take the direct snap, trying to find a hole.
Wow,
he punches forward to the 30, and I think he got the first down with that effort. My goodness. Needed to the 28 and got, it looks like, to the 27. So a 8-yard gain for Ace on 3rd and 7. Just impressive runs.
He's out here trucking people.
And credit to that offensive line, continuing to open holes, knowing that John Marshall knows what's coming, but still doing a great job to give Ace some lanes.
Yeah, and that kind of goes back to that wearing them down.
Yep.
This has allowed, the Boomers to, kind of get them back on their heels a little bit.
1st and 10 for Woodward at the 27. Ace takes another direct snap up the gut, gets a little tripped up there. Would have had more yards. We got rode down. Did get across the 25 to the 23.
And all the coaches are down here nodding in approval. You can tell this Wildcat formation is working great for them.
Yeah, they're loving it. Coach Luchin, this is his style ball in terms of the physicality. That's what he wants to see. That's another 4-yard gain there from Ace on 1st down. Play count-wise, we are already up to 11 plays on this drive. My goodness. 5:45 to go in the 3rd quarter. Boomers on another 5-minute-plus drive at this point, trying to make it more. 2nd and 6 from the John Marshall 23. Ace Long takes the direct snap, has a block or two, up the gut. Oh, a big-time tackle right there by, again, Kylan Drennan. This kid is making some plays, the senior, and got a man down.
I think it's Ace.
It is Ace. He took a low chop right there from Drennan. He started to get back up. Now we got flags. Got 2 flags, maybe an unsportsmanlike upcoming. But Ace is down here. So an injury timeout. And 5:26 to go in the quarter. We will step aside as they tend to him. It's Boomer Football on Z92. Back here on Z92, Eric Scott, Clint Shelton, Tyler Riggs with you. We got a targeting is what the penalty was on John Marshall. Now, we mentioned Asa got chopped down. I think after he got chopped, as he was going to the ground, there was another defender that came in and popped him. Because the tackle by Drennan was clean, but the big news is this. It's going to be a first down for the Boomers, and it's going to be the extra yards on top now.
Looks like Ace is going to be all right. It looks like he just took a helmet down low.
Yeah, and
yeah,
that's maybe why he stayed down.
To me, it looked like, you know, when Drennan hit him, he drilled him right in the middle of the thigh.
And that's kind of one of those Charlie Horse scenarios because that's a helmet on the thigh. Doesn't feel great.
It was probably some kind like a stinger type of situation.
He did get up under his own power.
And he wanted to stay out there, and unfortunately, because trainers and coaches came out, he had to come off the field.
So it'll be 1st and 10 for the Boomers. At the 10, it'll be 1st and goal.
Look who's in it running back.
Denzel Emery in it back right now. Ryan Douglas out there with him in the gun. Trips to the far, one to the near. Douglas flips Emery, and now we got some jump. Yep, some movement. And it will be a false start on Woodward. And guys, we've seen this now again where you can't do this when you're down in the red zone, especially goal to go. Had these false starts.
Some of that could be going back to what I was saying, is you're shifting from the Wildcat to Douglas and going back and forth.
Yeah.
But again, you know, I don't know if you guys recognize this, but you know, bringing Douglas back out there, John Marshall didn't know what they were going to do.
Yeah, they were scrambling
you
around.
Know, they were kind of bouncing around. They were trying to talk to each other, make sure everybody was covered. So
it's a thing of beauty, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's 1st and 15 now for the Boomers. From the John Marshall 15, Douglas in the gun. Same formation, trips the far one to near. They'll hand off inside to Denzel Emery, and boy, he's got about 3 or 4 or 5 John Marshall Bears right on top of him. The line was getting to the second level, but they left the guys on the D line. So only about a gain of 1 there for Denzel, bring up a 2nd and 14.
It looks like they're going big again, so probably going back to the Wildcat. Ace is back on the field.
So he is good to go. That's good to see. Obviously, you know, we talked about the injury risk. You don't want him to suffer something to where he's out in the coming weeks. And will be Ace Long out there in the Wildcat. Got the big boys, Ethan Matt, Casey Bourne on the far side of the formation. Got a receiver on each side, Cash Shipley and Talon. Ace will take the snap. They'll run that counter play. Almost had a block, but a shoestring tackle by Kylan Drennan.
Yeah, I think that was probably a touchdown saving tackle, to be honest with you.
It was, because Ace had nothing but green grass, and Drennan, I mean, folks, I'm not just saying his name to say it for fun. This guy is making plays in the open field. So a 2-yard run there, they'll call it, up to the 12. It'll be 3rd and 12 for the Boomers. See how they go this, and Eric, maybe you go back to this pass out of this Wildcat. You try to sneak one here over the top. We'll see. 3:15 to go in the 3rd quarter. Woodward trying to find the score to pull them close. Long in the gun. He'll take the snap. He is going to run the counter. Bounces out, tries to cut it back in. Not a lot doing there. Sandersfield on him and gets him down at the 10-yard line, so only a gain of a couple for Ace. Now bring up 4th and 10 for the Boomers.
I'd say he kicked the field goal.
Yeah,
See how Coach Luchin approaches this one.
They're going to leave Ace out there for the field goal.
Yep, he will be kicking it as Douglas is on to hold. This one essentially right in the middle of the field, so a good angle. It'll be about a 27-yard kick here where the ball's struck. Ace will tee up the steps. Clock is running. Snap, ball down, kick is up, and that is true. That one is strong and good. So field goal on the board, 27 yards out, and Woodward will cut into the John Marshall lead, make it 22-17. Now within a touchdown here with 2:22 to go in the 3rd quarter. We will step aside for a break. You're listening to Boomer Football on Z92. And welcome back to Boomer Football on Z92. Clint Shelton, Eric Scott, Tyler Riggs with you here. And we had a 9-minute, 36-second drive right there from the Boomers that ended with a field goal. Play-wise, I told you we were at around 11.
The beauty of that was Ace Long driving with the Wildcat all the way down the field and then kicking the field goal.
Yeah, true throwback football right there for sure. And Guys, another 17-play drive.
It's getting insane.
You know, I was telling, you know, like I told you in the
And
break,
74 yards.
this got really boring, but we'll take it because it's working.
And the kickoff here, targeted, and that will go to number 2, who we believe, I can't remember who we said that might have been, but it's fielded by him. Oh, Jeremy
Rideau.
Rideau, yeah, who's usually number 4, and I think you're right on that. So have the return, not too much, but John Marshall will get it in decent field position up to the 38 is where they will take over their own, 37 is where they've got 2:18 to go in the third quarter. And the Boomer defense has been pretty stifling. See if they come up with another one here, another stop. Much needed. It'll be Middleton in the gun. Empty set, trips, or 2 to the near, 2 to the far. And now a QB draw. He's going to shake a couple tackles across the 40, and now gets driven back. Nice open field tackle there by, I believe, Hunter Harrison got the first contact, and a couple Boomers got in on him. Luis Corral, and it looks like maybe Beza in there as well to finish that one off. Only a gain of about 4 there for Milton after it looked like he might take that for more.
You know, but again, those situations where Boomers have got to get in there, you know, and, you know, wrap him up early on and not allow him to make plays like that.
2nd and 6 from the John Marshall 42 for the Bears. Minute 40 to go in the third. Dorian Milton in the gun by himself. 2 to the near, 2 to the far, tight end on the near side. Milton takes snap, fakes the pass. Now he's looking to scramble out, still looking. And he's getting crowd there on the far side. They strung it out, and he's going to lose a lot of yards right there. Kaysen Bourne, the sophomore, had that read all the way and did a fantastic job to go stride for stride with Milton.
Yeah, and that's exactly how I envisioned the defense whenever I was talking about it in the first game, or first quarter, is being able to just stretch them out like that, you know. And that, with an offense like this, that's really what they want to do, is kind of create and make things happen and, you know, keep going. But the Boomers, you know, if we're patient, you know, it plays right into the way our defense is set up.
So a 6-yard loss officially for Milton. Brings up a 3rd and 11 for John Marshall. Milton in the gun by himself. He will drop back to pass. He's going to fire one over the middle. Floating. He's got a man. It is Kylan Drennan. What a catch. And that one was actually a pretty good ball. I will have to give credit to Milton.
That was a good ball. Found, you know, they recognized the zone, and they found the hole in the zone and hit him.
So from the 37 into Boomer territory at the 26, they flipped the field there for, what we're trying to say, a 38-yard gain. I was getting it. It's math in my head. It was coming.
That was the best looking ball he's had, though, tonight.
By far. It's 1st and 10. They'll go quick. John Marshall hand off inside to Drennan, and he's only got a couple there before the Boomers are on him. Goes from the 26 to the 24. So
it's like we got lucky not calling a face mask there.
Oh, do we have a face mask?
No, they looked like they could have called it, but they didn't.
I see. So now a 2nd and 8. Clock is down to 25 seconds here in the quarter. And John Marshall not in a rush. They do need to get a playoff, though, as the play clock's at 18 and the game clock about a second behind it. 2nd and 8 in the backfield. Milton, he's flanked by Doran, and now we'll go on a QB power to the far side. Cuts it up, has a few yards, gets to the, looks like 15. No, excuse me, the 20. He'll be stopped short of the sticks, but does gain about 5 or 6 right there, and that will do it for the third quarter, as John Marshall takes a 22-17 lead into the fourth over your Boomers. We'll go ahead and step aside for a break and come back for the fourth. You're listening to Boomer Football on Z92. And welcome back to Boomer Football on Z92 and Boomer TV. Clint Sheldon, Eric Scott, Tyler Riggs with you as we begin the fourth quarter. John Marshall leading over your Boomers 22-17, and John Marshall trying to drive right now. They will have a third down and about 4 upcoming at the Boomer 20 here to start the quarter.
If you're the Boomer defense here, don't break. You can bend a little bit, but just continue to do what you do.
Milton in the gun, flanked by Gilliford. Milton a quick out there to the outside. They've got it to Riddell, and he's got the first down. Just a little stick route, really tough to defend, and got it up to the 14-yard line. That'll be a 1st and 10 for John Marshall, a gain of 6. Not much you can do to defend that when he just breaks off that route quick. So Milton to Riddell. Now they'll take their time here. This clock did stop because Riddell got out of bounds. 1st and 10 from the 19. I said, oh yeah, no, it's from the 14. Okay. Now we got a flag, maybe a false start, Clint.
Looks like it.
And yep, false starts push John Marshall back on 1st down. And they're doing the same thing the Boomers did in the red zone. So we're like, hey, let's just step back here.
Trade for a trade.
Almost the same spot on the field.
So it goes from the 14 to the 20, or excuse me, 14 to the 19.
Went to
See,
the
they're
20.
messing me up, yeah.
Went to the 20, then back to the 19.
So 1st and 15 from the 19. They've got to get to the 4 for the 1st down. See,
It looks like John Marshall is just kind of settling in with the pass a lot.
Well, on those quick outs we just saw, it's tough to stop when you're expecting. They've taken deep shots, so now when you break a route off 5 yards in, that's tough to find. And play clock almost ran out. They got off, I think, just in time. Milton going to scramble out to pass on the far side, threw a dart over to the sideline, but it was off and incomplete. Nobody there to be able to catch that one. And a 2nd down upcoming. You were hand sliding over there, Eric.
It was close. It was close. I saw them all of a sudden scramble, and I looked over. It was at 4 seconds. I was like, oh.
And, you know, the senior there, Milton, you got to give him credit because he's telling his guys, hey, let's get it. Let's get it. He realized the play clock there. 2nd and 15 for John Marshall. Milton's going to be in the gun by himself. Trips to the far, 1 to the near. He'll take the snap, looking to pass. He's going to wind up, got a man over the middle, and Drennan came back to make the catch, and it's going to be a touchdown for John Marshall. Couldn't tell which defender was all over him right there, but didn't see the ball. Drennan saw it. He stopped, came back to an underthrown ball, and caught it and got in for the touchdown.
That footwork was pretty impressive because he had 3 Boomers on him.
Yeah, that was all the receiver right there coming back and making that play. Because that ball was thrown a good 3 or 4 yards underthrown.
Yeah.
You know, and he kind of stopped on a dime, coming back, made the catch.
So John Marshall now extends their lead 28-17 here early 4th quarter. They'll go for 2. As mentioned, they don't really have a kicker. Snap, handoff inside to Drennan, and he is not going to get it. Boomers stop him short, so the 2-point conversion no good. And it will stay at 28-17, and not what you wanted to see, but you're still only down 2 scores, and you got pretty much the rest of the quarter to work with here if you're the Boomers.
The downside, too, the way, you know, the offense that has been working for the Boomers, you know, is now you got 2 scores, you know, and really we've been able to push the ball, you know, but again, we've been taking the time off the clock. So now we're going to have to come up with a play down the field or 2 to be able to kind of loosen up that defense a little bit and get a score a lot quicker than we have been.
No, definitely true there. And that drive for John Marshall started out 2:18 to go in the 3rd quarter. Took about their 17 seconds off there, so 2:35 officially on that drive as they covered 63 yards, about 10 plays. We'll get it back here with a chance to try to get something going, and maybe, like I said, you're going to have to possibly vary from that game plan that's been working. That's going to be the tough part. Are you going to be able to do it?
I think we'll probably definitely see Ryan Douglas a few more times.
Right. On for the kickoff here.
Telling them to scoot forward.
Yeah, trying to get up because Guilford hasn't got past the 30 on the other side. on these kicks. And now he'll jog into this one for the Bears. And high kick, gonna have to be fair caught. It bounces, you gotta field it.
Ooh, that was close.
And Zathan Klingenpill, I
almost
think,
lost
fell
it.
on top of it. Now we got a late flag as a Boomer and a Bear got rolled up over here with each other. Some jawing going on. That was Brandon Russell, and on the Boomer side,
Daxton Klein.
Daxton Klein. So it looks like the Boomers did fall back on top of it. Klingenpill got on top of it. We'll see how the penalty is.
Yeah, and again on that kick, it was so high and so unconventional that they didn't know what to do.
Can't track it. And the wind's going against John Marshall now, so that kick catches less air than you think it's going to catch because it gets knocked down by the wind being so high.
You know, but again, they kind of looked at each other like, you know, who's going to take it. I mean, it felt like an infield in baseball or softball that doesn't know how to communicate. They just kind of look at each other, and then all of a sudden the ball drops.
Well, like you said, the first half, that's not a play you always practice. You practice receiving targeted kicks, but not to that degree.
Right.
I mean, as Clint said earlier, that's a targeted, untargeted, targeted kick. I mean, it's targeted, but it doesn't end up in the target you think it's going to.
We actually had some miscommunication down here. Ryan Douglas did not know that he was supposed to be on the field.
Offense, young man.
And Coach Lugin was like, "Where's Ryan?"
So those penalties were offsetting.
Okay, that makes sense. Both players were getting into it there. So I can see where they would call that personal foul on both. So essentially negates there, but it will be first down for the Boomers at the 36, their own 36. They've got to find a drive here, preferably not a super long one, as well as that's been working. As you're down 2 scores. It'll be Douglas out there in the gun, not Ace, but they had the power set. Douglas will take the snap. He's going to roll out to the near side. Looking the pass, trying to set his feet, under pressure now, reverses back across the field, running deep, young man. You got to get rid of it. He can't, sack for a big loss from the 36 back to the 20. That's a 16-yard sack. That was meant to be a quick hitter here on the near side. It's just not there at that point. Ryan's got to try to throw that away.
You know, and that goes back to young quarterback. You know,
Yep.
he's getting rushed a little bit. You know, we talked about his patience. He's going to make mistakes like that.
Sure.
Now it's
Looks like we're going back to Ace Long now.
Second and super long here. The Boomers are at the 20. They've got to get up to the 46, so it's a second and 26 to go.
country mile.
Country miles, they call it. Over to Laverne, just about. So Ace will be in the gun. And we got a officials timeout real quick. Not sure what they're checking.
Changing balls out.
Possibly, that might be it. Yep.
Oh.
Yep, that's what it was. Changing balls out. You're on it. Eric with the eagle eye down there. We need on the board back in the studio, we need the caw, you know. So second and 26. Ace going to take the direct snap, and he's blown up in the backfield. Creighton Sanderfield, the senior end, came across there almost untouched, it looked like, and blew it up in the backfield. We had a
Fan fall down.
fan up here fall down, I think. So scared us. We were like, holy smokes. And Ace lost a couple there, back to the 18. So now you're looking at 3rd and 28 for the Boomers. See what you dial up here. I mean, you could try to pass it, but you've got such a long ways to go. I think John Marshall probably just going to do their best to keep it in front. Looks like it's going to be Ryan Douglas out there in the gun. Trips to the far, one to the near. Ace Long in the backfield with Douglas. He'll take the snap. He'll roll out to the far side. He's going to float one. Got a man open. An adjustment, and the defensive back didn't look back, but I guess he did make contact. I think that was Kylan Drennan on the coverage. Couldn't see who the man was for the Boomers that had to make the adjustment. I think it was Zane Weibel. And now bring up a 4th down for the Boomers. Pass was incomplete.
Yeah, really, that is just such a tough situation for the Boomers to be in because there's not a whole lot of options for them to go to.
No, and there's not a lot of plays you could dial up that's going to get you at the stick. It's going to have to be essentially a catch and run like we just saw there if you're completing that pass. So 4th and 28. Cash Shipley on the punt. Kylan Drennan deep for John Marshall. On the punt return. 9:55 to go. Play clock down to 2. And they got it off right at the play clock. And this one almost blocked from Shipley, but gets it off, and it's not going to go very far as he had a man right up the middle. Delonte Benford, the big D tackle, got up in there, almost blocked it, and Shipley only got it up to the 40 of the Boomers. That's where John Marshall will take over in plus territory.
Clinton, did you hear a whistle down there right before the kick?
No, they did not blow a whistle.
Okay, I could have swore.
Eric, I thought I heard a whistle myself.
Okay.
I thought it was about to be a delay game.
Yeah,
so.
I thought I heard a whistle. I kept looking for pink.
No, I was
Yeah,
watching the play call because I think it hit 0, then the official has to look at it. And then
I think they were
Yeah, I
okay.
mean,
I think
yeah.
it got off. But, yeah, I thought I heard a whistle there, too. I'm not going to lie. So, either way, John Marshall now setting up 1st and 10 at the Boomer 40. Milton in the gun with Drennan in the backfield with him. Excuse me, that is Gilliford. Milton going to fake the handoff, busted outside. He's got a broken tackle. Do have a flag. Milton, though, taking off down the sideline, has the first down plus. This one, though, probably coming back with how early that flag was back here.
It's going to be either a hold or a block in the back.
We got a Boomer down over there on the far side. And, yep, it is coming back. Hold. So wipe away the big gain from Milton. Blocking the back, they'll call, actually. Can't tell what Boomer is down over there, but we have an injury timeout. It's 9:40 to go here in the ball game. We'll go ahead and step aside for a quick break. You're listening to Boomer Football on Z92.
Injury timeout.
Okay, guess we'll keep it right here with you. And again, couldn't tell who that injured Boomer was over there.
I can't pick up a number over here.
I think it was the one that got blocked in the back, I imagine, over on that far side, because that's about where the flag was. So they're checking him out.
Yeah, it was definitely the one who got blocked in the back. I never saw him get up. So.
And they'll mark it off.
Looks like
here.
it might just be some cramping, though.
Yeah, you're right, because they're stretching him out, now bringing him up. Looks like Josiah Beza, maybe. Sophomore linebacker. That's 32.
I think it's 72. That's
72.
LJ
So that'd be
Mason.
LJ Mason. Yep, you are correct. It's 72. He's a little taller than Josiah.
It's just very true.
So they marked it back to the 50, a 10-yard penalty on John Marshall after the hold. And we'll have a 2nd and 20 from the 50.
Yeah, they got Josiah at 5'11" and LJ at 6'3". So I think they're
Yeah, just a little bit of a size difference there. And LJ, for his part, probably maybe closer to 6'4" now. He's grown a little bit. So 1st and 20 for John Marshall. Milton will be in the gun. In the backfield with him is Gilliford. Milton, though, back to pass, quick out again. He's got a man on that far sideline. It's caught for a couple of yards there. That one is Davion Taylor, the young junior. A junior. About a 5-yard gain up to the 45, so got back half of the penalty yards. Be a 2nd and 15.
the mighty John Marshall crowd over there.
Yeah, they've got some spirit squad going.
No, but hey, well, honestly, John Marshall's gonna, they're not gonna want to throw the ball now with the lead and where they're at.
Oh, and a false start, I think, right there on the right side by the John Marshall line as that snap was getting ready to be taken. Josiah Lee.
But they're not going to want to throw the ball, so that again, that kind of does play back into the way the Boomers are. We just got to quickly be able to score.
9:15 on the clock, so to your point there, time with dwindling. When you get this back, you're down 2 scores. You're going to have to definitely speed it up. So now he's 2nd and 20 as they gained the 5 yards, lost it back on the penalty. So essentially, he just lost it down there. 2nd and 20 for John Marshall from the 50. 8:55 to go in countdown. Milton in the gun. Trips to the far, one to the near. He'll take snap, handoff inside to Gilliford. Boy, he's met by Hunter Harrison right there. I think looked like Casey Bourne got a hand in initially, and Hunter Harrison finished the play with the tackle. And that was a gain of, it looks like 4. It'll bring up a 3rd and 16 for John Marshall.
Honestly, I think Kaysen might have saved the ball carrier a little bit because the way Hunter still hit him, because it kind of knocked him off a little bit, and then Hunter kind of came in, kind of got him on the side. But that would have been a direct form tackle by Hunter.
It's 3rd and 16. John Marshall not in a rush, and they may not try to go deep here. We'll see. Milton in the gun. Got a run back with him in Gilliford. A receiver to the near, 2 to the far, and a tight end on the far. Milton is back to pass. He dropped back, loads up, going over the middle. That one's well overthrown. Picked off by Mason Bourne. and tackled back at the 15, so comes up with the pick there. And a bit of momentum. It's essentially a punt for John Marshall, if you will. And the Boomers will take over 1st and 10 at their own 15.
I love the fact, the Boomers haven't got very many takeaways this year, so it's
Yeah.
great seeing that the Boomers are able to get a takeaway. On the flip side, I think it would have probably been better on the Boomers to let that go to 4th down, but you're not going to take that, not going to take an interception opportunity away
No,
from the
and
kid.
with the way that Sandersfield has somehow found a way to punt, he did get a good one off, so you don't want
Yeah.
to risk that. I mean,
I still think if we bring the house on him, we block punts.
oh, no, I agree for sure. It takes over, own 15. See Ryan Douglas in there in the gun with Ace Long. Trips to the far, one to the near. Douglas will take the snap, looking for the quick pass. He's got a man out there, and it is dropped. Cass Shipley came back for the ball on trying to hit the quick bubble and couldn't hold on to the pass. Shaz Gilliford was all over him, so he might not have had much room to work with, even if he caught that one.
Yeah, it was actually probably good that he didn't catch it because he probably would have lost a couple of yards in it.
So 2nd and 10, 8 minutes exactly to go. The Boomers trail 28-17. 3 timeouts left for each team. We'll see how Woodward operates here. Got to go 85 yards to get the score, and then you're going to have to come up with a stop or an onside, be able to get it back. Ryan Douglas going to be in the gun. Trips to the far, one to the near. Ace Long in the backfield with Douglas. 2nd and 10 from the 15. Douglas takes snap. He's rolling out to the far side. He's going to step up, throws one over the middle. That's Mason Bourne, and it's off his hands, incomplete.
We got another flag
And
down.
we got a late flag back here from the official standing essentially on the goal line. See what the late flag is. See what the call. Not quite sure what this is going to be. Unsportsmanlike against John Marshall. So a big break there for Woodward. It was an incompletion, but now you get the dead ball penalty, and you will get a 1st down. I don't know on that throw, guys. It looked like Mason should have caught that one, or what do you think is a bit touch high?
It may have been touch high, but I think that was a very catchable ball.
It's the same issue that we've been seeing through the past several games,
Yeah.
even all season long. It's just missed opportunities when dropping the ball.
This will be a 1st down for the Boomers. Well, no, they said okay. Now they're marking. I was confused because Woodward broke the huddle. They hadn't marked it yet. So you go from the 15 up to the 30 now. As mentioned, 1st and 10, and they'll mark this on the right hash or the near hash for the Boomers. Be Ryan Douglas in the gun, trips to the far side, one to the near. That near is layered. Ace Long is in the backfield with Douglas on the near side, front field on the left. Douglas will take the snap, rolling out to the near side, going to float one up for Taylor Laird. Laird maybe has a step, but that one a bit underthrown, and that will be incomplete. Be a tough one to adjust and come back to there. To get 2nd down.
I really think he could have, and the defender wasn't letting him make the adjustment.
Oh, you're saying maybe a case of Taylor getting pushed.
Yeah,
when he couldn't come back.
I really felt like that should have been pass interference, just because, like I said, it looked like Taylor was trying to come back, but maybe it was just a simple momentum, but it looked like the defender was kind of keeping him off.
So 2nd and 10 for the Boomers at their own 30. 7:45 to go. They trail 28-17. Trying to find a score. Douglas going to be in the gun again. Trips to the far, one to the near. Long in the backfield with Douglas. Take snap, quick out here. It's going to be Mason Bourne caught, and a great hit in the open field. Good tackle there by the quarterback, Dorian Middleton, playing that quarter spot. Drops Bourne back for about a yard or 2 loss, bring up 3rd and long for the Boomers.
I don't like seeing this. I don't know if you recognize the Clint. Ace has a little bit of limp to him out there right now.
Yeah, no, that's tough. I see Ben Cheap coming on now. Freshman rushing in there. 3rd and 12. Upcoming.
And Ben gives you a little bit more speed on the outside.
That might be what he is out there for. Douglas going to be in the gun, trips to the near, one to the far. Back to pass, quick out to Talon. That's tipped at the line of scrimmage. Talon catches it anyways. He's cut up fields, got a hole. There's a flag. And got back to the line of scrimmage, and I think got 2 out of that busted play. Somehow, some way, Taylor Laird did, but a flag. This might be coming back either way.
Way to take a negative play, though, and make it somewhat of a positive, despite the flag.
Yeah, and I think Taylor was worried that one might have got picked if he let it continue to fall. That's why he ran in and caught it.
It is going to be a hold on the Boomers.
Say the defense. Huh?
Yeah, he pointed the opposite. Thought he pointed in the direction of the Boomers.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay. Penalties decline. So John Marshall declines the penalty to bring up 4th down because that was bring up a 4th and 10. So they didn't take the hold, and it'll be 4th and 10 for the Boomers. They'll have to bring on the punt unit here, as it will be Cash Shipley on the punt. 6:45 to go in countdown. 5 on the play clock. They're going to have to get this one off. I don't know if they realize it. 3, 2, and out. Oh, is he going to get it? Got it right at the 0, I think. Shipley puts this one in the air. A high kick, not the longest, but has the hang time. It goes out of bounds almost into the John Marshall stands over there on the visitor side. Took a big bounce off the track. So we'll be back to the Bears with 6:31 to go. Boomers trail 28-17. And now, you hope you could find a way to get another turnover here, force another one, and get yourself set up with some short field position, because that's what you're going to need.
I think that's kind of indication of how the game's going across the board right now. Is Shipley, that's 2 straight punts where Shipley hadn't really got his leg into it.
Yeah. So John Marshall will have it at their own 48. .6:31 to go. Milton will be in the gun. Kind of running back there with him. I think that's Guilford. No, that is Drennan. Fakes the handoff to Drennan, and Milton's going nowhere, though. There's a host of Boomers on him. Ethan Matt. Oh, be careful, Ethan.
Yep, there it is.
Like we got some unsportsmanlike conduct here.
Yeah, Ethan finished that play when he shouldn't have. And that's going to be a 15-yard penalty. And he was in the process of making the tackle, but you can't throw him to the ground when the whistle's been blown like that.
Yeah, he stood him up initially, and then you start hearing the whistles. We saw it happening.
Yeah.
That one of those things that you kill those opportunities. Like, this is probably the most important drive for us to get a stop.
Yeah, you can't allow that to happen. And you're in the motion of the game. Ethan's a high emotion player in that sense. But unfortunately for the Boomers, what would have been about a negative play, or only essentially back to the line of scrimmage for John Marshall, will now be a 1st down as they move into the 41-yard line after the penalty. And 1st down. 6:15 and countdown here. Be Milton in the gun. Drennan with him in the backfield. Got 2 receivers to the far, 1 to the near, and a tight end out there on the far side. Milton will take the snap, and it'll be a QB power out to that far side. Has the lead block, has the edge, has the corner. Now he's up the sideline, 2015. He is gone. Touchdown.
That wide receiver speed.
Yeah, and you're seeing a Dorian Milton there on the carry. 41-yard touchdown run, just a power on the outside, and got a couple lead blocks, Eric, and that's all he needs to take advantage of that space.
Yeah, really, once he hit the edge, he was gone. He was untouched from that point on. So, and I think a lot of that comes back to the Boomers are gassed.
Yeah.
You talked about the emotion of the game. They're a little frustrated, and you start losing focus, situations.
And so now the 2-point try here for John Marshall. 5:56 to go in the ball game. It'll be a handoff to the outside to Drennan, and Drennan going to get into the end zone, and that will be a 2-point conversion good. And John Marshall extends their lead to 36-17 with 5:56 to go in the ball game. Go ahead and step aside for a break. Come back with the rest of it. We're listening to Boomer Football on Z92.
And those cheerleaders have been cheering their hearts out. Let's give a huge round of applause for the Boomer Cheer. And the band has been playing their hearts out. Let's give a huge round of applause for the band. Last but not least, let's give a huge round of applause for the Student Pep Club.
And welcome back to Boomer Football on Z92. Clint Sheldon, Eric Scott, Tyler Riggs with you. And guys, now you're in a really tough spot. You were down 2 scores, but now you're down 3 with only 6 minutes to go. You've got all your timeouts, but you're going to need some real quick strikes here and then probably some help with some onsides.
Yeah, you really hope this doesn't go Oklahoma Sooners and start snowballing on you, kind of like it did at Texas. But
Yeah.
you know, we were talking about during the break. It's kind of tough swallow, but John Marshall came. You know, as you said, you had beaten Shawnee and come in with a little bit of confidence, and you know, the Boomers are kind of frustrated. We're seeing that as the game's moving on.
2-play 52-yard drive there for John Marshall officially. Now be Guilford on for the kickoff and started and then stopped. And we'll go for the targeted kick here. Short one, carried a little bit. Back to field, that one's a big man. Is that Hunter Harrison on the return?
That is Drake.
Drake, no, that's Hunter Harrison. That's 58.
Nope,
No, you're right. That was Drake Cofield. Drake Cofield is just taking off. I'm sorry I doubted you, Clint.
He's actually a pretty fast dude.
For as big as he is, he moved, yeah.
And I feel sorry for the John Marshall guy who hit him as he was coming out of bounds, because
man,
he got the worst of that.
he's on the powerlifting team, so he's going to hit you hard.
And there's a couple flags that came in late there. We'll see what this is. Hopefully not against the Boomers, but I'm afraid it might be with some blocks. Yep, block in the back on the Boomers. So you had a return by Colville's from the 30 up to about the 40, but now you're going to be backed up.
You could tell the special teams kind of got it talking to in those situations.
Yeah.
Just be confident, go at it. You know, there was no looking at each other that time. He just got it and went.
And I'm going to tell you, after interviewing Drake a couple of times on the coach's show throughout the last couple of years, he's a confident dude. He is. He's about it. The Boomers take over with 5:51 to go in the ball game, trailing 36-17. They will have it at their own 30. Douglas in the gun, 2 receivers each side. Man, backfield snap. Now it's miscommunication. Douglas wasn't looking at it. Ace is able to pick it up and dive forward and gain just a couple yards back at least. He's a little slow to get up. Did lose 2, but Douglas was looking, I guess, back at the sideline, and there's miscommunication there on the snap.
Coach Lujan asked, why'd you snap the ball? You haven't even, they didn't call for it.
So, yeah, definitely that miscommunication.
This is where we're going to see what this Boomer team is made out of, though, if they're going to have the confidence to march down the field or.
Right, and it, you know, whether you win or lose at this point, like I said, you want to at least show some of that resolve to try to
You
get
want to show that you can improve from last week and the week before, right?
Yep. So 2nd and 13. Marked at 27, trips to the far, one to the near. Ace goes in motion out of the backfield. Douglas back to pass, going to fire one deep, looking for Laird again. This time Laird with, I thought it was a beautiful catch. Now here's my complaint. The defensive back right there, Davion Taylor, never looked back for the ball, and there was hand fight. To me, that's usually a pass interference. I'm not trying to dig for a call, but just by the textbook, the defender looks back there, that's fine, but he never looked back.
And it may have been one of those
The
situations.
John Marshall players are saying that it was an uncatchable ball.
Which
It
literally
was in
Taylor
his-
has hands on.
His hands were.
Right,
like,
I'm just saying
the ball
what
was
they
in
were
his
trying to
hands.
say.
And maybe that was what the ref was saying was, that, hey, the ball was in his hands. You know,
It doesn't mean you don't call pass
right,
interference.
the guarding wasn't caught. You know,
Right.
and, you know, kind of one of those situations like in basketball where
Yeah.
there was the foul. Let's wait to see if it goes in the basket. Okay,
Sure.
now we're going to call a foul.
Sure. And now a timeout here from the Boomers. 4:56 to go. And we'll keep it here. I believe we have
We got a play
exhausted.
clock issue.
Yep, you're right, because they had some issues trying to reset it. So Coach Lujan pointing that out is why he took that timeout. So this may wind up being an official's timeout. We'll see.
It should have been at 40 seconds.
And that's what they're talking about. Play clock not showing numbers right now, so they're having that conversation. We're going to have 3rd and 13 out of this timeout from their own 27. Trying to find something. Like I said, your situation is dire, but you do want to see some of that resolve. Try to find a way. Now the refs conversing here at about
It's a
the 28.
Very
talking about it.
animated conversation going
It
on
is.
over there.
It is. and trying to figure some of that out. So it's like you said earlier, Eric, and I think maybe they were talking about that play on the far side of why that may or may not have been pass interference. So still, I mean, to me, like, once again, it's fine if the DB looks back because that wasn't anything egregious.
Mhm.
But he never looked back, and you could tell that affected the catch.
Yeah, and it could be one of those situations where, again, you should have multiple eyes on the play.
Sure. Yeah.
But at that point on the sideline, this crew that maybe that's something that they focus on is they want to make sure the catch is made in bounds.
Yeah.
And so they're watching feet. Is the ball bouncing out?
And not paying attention.
And not paying
so
attention
much
exactly where the guy's face is.
So 3rd and 13 for the Boomers from the 27. Douglas going to be in the gun. 2 receivers on each side. Got a running back with Ace Long back there. Douglas will take the snap. Taking the steps. They're going to go with the screen play. Ace has caught it, but a man on. He breaks out of tackle. He's got space. Up to the 35-40. 45-50, and now finally gets drug out of bounds. Didn't go down, but got shoved out of bounds. And that could have been blown up. And Clint, you saw it right there. Ace just shrugged off the tackle.
He was.
And I think Ace recognized on that because he didn't go down. He could have kept going, but he probably had in his head that he needed to get out of bounds as well.
Yeah, save some of that clock. Despite you having timeouts, you want to save as much time as possible, to your point, when you're trailing by a few scores.
Because as he kind of broke that up, he kind of looked to see where he was at, and then he just kind of faded his way out of bounds. That very well may have been an intentional get out of bounds as quick as possible.
Got up to the 44, so a 29-yard screen play there. 1st and 10 for the Boomers in John Marshall territory. In the gun is Douglas. Trips the near one to the far. The nearest is Laird. Douglas will take snap, roll out to the near side. He's looking to pass. Tries to plant his feet. Under pressure, he's going to step up. Juice a man. Gets across the 45, down to the 40. A nice little move there by Ryan Douglas to see, hey, it wasn't quite there, but found his way for some positive yards. And I think may have got out of bounds. Nope, didn't. Clock's running, but still, you'll take the game.
Pretty impressive footwork there by Ryan Douglas.
Yeah, made a man miss in the phone booth, and that's what you want to see. 4-yard run by Douglas on the scramble. Clock is running, though. Boomers going to have to start to go a little bit quicker. Douglas is going to come out of the huddle in the gun. Trips to the far side this time. One to the near. The nearest is Laird. Running back in the backfield with him is Ace Long. Douglas will take the snap, roll out to that far side. Plants his feet, steps up, throws a deep bomb into some heavy coverage, and Cash Shipley tried to get a hand on it.
His hands.
But that one that's a tough catch, though, to try to get.
Yeah, that was a little high, and good no call as well. They were both, going up for the ball there.
He did almost have it, though.
And that's Cash's length, though. That kid, with those arms extended as well, probably reaching over 7 foot by the time you factor in all that. So it's one of those. And you don't mind that shot by Ryan. I mean, you got to take that shot if you can, knowing the clock situation.
I mean, if he got the touchdown there, that's
big, yeah.
Big.
So 3:53 is where the clock stops after the incompletion. It'll be a 3rd and 6 for the Boomers. At the John Marshall 40, the Boomers have to get to the 34 to continue, or try to continue that drive. So I have another down after this. In the gun is Douglas. And now
it's like
flag.
we got a false start from Ace Long.
Yeah, he got up on his toes knowing he was going to get that carry, and that's kind of the freshman inexperience, if you will, because you get excited to get leaned into that run, and, tiptoed a bit too much. It's going to be a 5-yard penalty. Back it up to a 3rd and 11 at the 45. And I imagine, obviously, here, 2-down territory, 4-down territory, 2 more downs. I'm trying to say you're not punting if you get the 4th down here.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where no matter, at this point, it's going to be tough to get those 2 scores, but, continue doing what you need to do to work to build towards the future and have a little bit of pride as well.
Yep. 3rd and 11 here.
Yep.
Another false start.
Ah, jeez.
Yep.
Yeah.
And this is, where the Boomers are shooting themselves in the foot that we've seen in previous games.
And we've had, especially tonight, it seems like a lot of those false start penalties, and that's just, I wouldn't call it lack of focus, but you're getting maybe a little too antsy. You're trying to
that's
get
where
going.
where we're talking about with that confidence, and you're down a few scores, and how are you going to respond? Are you kind of not into it, or are you going to be into it?
So 3rd and 16 now for the Boomers. Clock running. Douglas in the gun, 2 receivers each side. Back to pass to Douglas. Got pressure, floats one out there for a man to Lucas Shirky, who had a step, but just a bit too far for him. Not a bad throw under pressure there from Douglas, but Kylan Drennan on some tight coverage as well. That bring up 4th and 16.
Yeah. Heck of a ball thrown under pressure.
Yeah, it was a heck of a ball thrown, but one thing you got to worry about is he just kind of steps back and throws to a spot. He didn't really pay attention to you know, what's where and all that kind of stuff. So that's something you hope he grows into. So
And that's something
as this season goes along.
And that's something you can work on. I mean, you do like the touch, but like you said, you got to also do the touch with accuracy.
Yeah,
you can't just float it up there.
That's one of those where if he would have pump faked, you know,
Sure,
and brought it
yeah.
down, then kind of stepped up, kind of
Could have had a clearer shot.
yeah.
It's 4th and 16. Boomers are going for it. They're at the 50. They got to get to the 34. Douglas in the gun, trips to the far one to the near. He'll drop back to pass. He's going to fire to the sideline. That was going to be short of the stick anyways, but it's incomplete. Trying to get to Cash Shipley out there, and the Boomers will turn it over on downs and give it back to John Marshall with 3:06 to go in the ball game, and John Marshall with a 36-17 lead. John Marshall is going to pick up their 2nd consecutive win of the season, it looks like, and get their first district win. Go 1-2 in the district.
Props to the cheerleaders and the dance team. They're still going strong. I'm up here yawning and struggling. They're down there going strong.
It's an elite group. We know that. Maybe arguably the most decorated group in all of Woodward athletics is that dance team, and then cheer starting to really pick it up with the game day stuff that they've been participating in as well. In the gun, Middleton will hand off on a sweep out there to Jackson. Jackson's got a hole, 40, 35, 30. It's a foot race, and I think he's going to win it. 10-5 touchdown for John Marshall as Mikael Jackson on the jet sweep end around gets a huge 50-yard touchdown to put an exclamation point on things for John Marshall.
Yeah, I think that was as much just, you know, the Boomer defense is just so gassed right now.
Yeah.
You know, and it's hard to get yourself fired up whenever you're at this point in the game. The game just started to drag on, you know, and that's not an excuse because you still got to go out
Sure.
there and do your job. But, you know, it's tough.
So that's a one-play, 50-yard drive.
So what do you do for the next 3 minutes? Do you try to build on to what that you've seen, or?
You got to be measured in that. You got to make sure you're not risking too much. And now the two-point conversion, they floated. I mean, that one caught air from Middleton. Incomplete. I don't know how that ball didn't go out of bounds. I think the wind got saved that from going out of bounds. That ball just died on the far side of the end zone. Two-point conversion, no good. 42-17.
Yeah, I think this is where, as you know, as a coach, you just kind of said, guys, you just got to take pride in yourselves right now.
Yep.
You know,
Yep.
we're not worried about, you know, where we're at. We're not going to win this game. Let's go out there. Let's just do your job, and we can continue to work.
Show us what this means to you.
Right. You know, and continue to fight because, you know, again, that's especially these young guys. You really want to see that out of the young guys because that's what you're building off for the future.
Plus, with the young guys, you don't want to build down their confidence, right? You want to build it up for the next season.
Right.
And we do have 2:55. Let's step aside for our final break. Do have one in the chamber here, so let's go ahead and take it. You're listening to Boomer Football on Z92. Back here on Z92, Clint Sheldon, Eric Scott, Tyler Riggs with you as John Marshall set to kick off here. Jazz Gilliford on the kick. That one over to the far side, fielded by a Boomer, it looks like. Can't tell if that's a
Another
flag or
flag.
not. And do got a flag way back in the back, so this is probably coming back, but a nice return up to the 45 as of right now. But that's flag, sitting about the 28. Probably Hayden Hilliers who they got on the return. This one coming back, so instead of starting up at the 40, you're probably starting closer to about the, and it'll be a hold, so you're starting about the 17, I believe. 2:50 to go. John Marshall leads 42-17 over the Boomers. We'll have another drive here, and like we were talking about before the break, really it's personal pride at this point, trying to finish strong and obviously building toward the weeks ahead and the future, but obviously not trying to risk too much injury-wise.
Yeah, I mean, go in there. You like to see the leaders, Talon and Hunter and those guys go in there, and because there's a lot of heads down right now.
Yeah.
Just go in there and be like, hey, just it is what it is. Get your head up. Let's go out there and do our job and do the best we can at this point.
And district-wise, I mean, you're talking about a lot of help to try to even get to the 4 spot at this point. You still got 2 really tough opponents, though, in Elk City and Clinton. Elk City going to be top of the district when you get them. Clinton always just tough. 1st and 10 for the Boomers. Trips to the near, 1 to the far. Douglas is going to be back to pass. Rolls out to left. He's going to fire back across the body, over the middle, jump ball, and that one incomplete. About 3 or 4 Bears there, and Taylor Laird tried to defend that. Now he comes up.
And that's kind of what I was talking about a minute ago. Is, you know, he goes a lot of times he's going back there and he's just throwing it up.
Yep.
You know, and there's no check. There's no, you know, kind of letting the route happen. It's just straight up the field, throw it as hard as you can. You know, and John Marshall's anticipating that.
And they've got an athletic secondary to cover that space. Not all of the teams have that ability, but you got to be mindful of that, to your point, when you are facing a team like that can get there to those jump balls and contest them.
Well, you know, it's like every time you go deep, you're going jump, you know, and not trying to hit a man in stride or anything like that.
So 2nd and 10 from the 18. Under center is going to be Douglas. Man in motion. Denzel Emery in the backfield, the running back. They will hand off to him. Tries to find a hole on the far side. There's nothing much doing. John Marshall all over that one. They'll stop it for about a gain of a yard there for Denzel. Maybe gave him a yard and a half up to the 20. 2:20 to go and count down here. The Boomers coming up against a 3rd and call it a 3rd and 8. Got to get to the 28-yard line here for the 1st down. Play clock running down. It's about 10. There's not a big rush. Douglas can be under center. Got 2 receivers to the near, 1 to the far. Emery in the backfield. Now in motion goes Lucas Shirky across the formation. They'll hand off inside to Emery. He's got a bit of a hole across the 25. 30, 1st down. He's got more up to the 35 and gets taken down. Good run there by Denzel Emery. Great hole opened up by that Boomer offensive line as Denzel gets up to the 36 and extends the drive there. A nice 16-yard run.
Yeah, he had Luis Corral in front of him, and he reached out and was literally following him by touching him. You know, he was just he found his blocker, and he was going to get as much as he could behind him.
Saying, get up and go, Luis. Come on. It's 1st and 10 for the Boomers. Minute 35 to go. They trail 42-17. Douglas going to be under center. And we're in the backfield with him. Man in motion is going to be Boring across the formation. Snap, handoff on the counter. It'll be Emery bouncing out on the right side. He's got some space, breaks tackle, breaks another tackle, lowers that shoulder. He's got about 8 or 9. They'll mark him down at the 45. So from the 36 to the 45, that's going to be a 9-yard gain. Bring it up 2nd and 1. Denzel running with some passion here at the end. We talked about trying to find somebody to do that, and that's good to see from Denzel there.
I'm looking down there. I can't tell. Is Ace in a brace on his right or his left wrist?
I can't see him down there on the sideline.
Yeah, about the 37-yard line.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I can't. No, I think he had a wristband, a QB wristband, so that might be it. Handoff here on 2nd and 1 to Denzel Emery, and that one is blown up in the backfield. He did good to get back to the line of scrimmage. And that'll be no gain on 2nd and 1. Bring up 3rd and 1 for the Boomers. The clock continues to run, and they do not have to get this snap off, and I think they might just let this run. We'll see. 25 on the play clock, only 13 on the game clock at 10. And I think that's what the Boomers will do. Just going to let it run, so that's going to be well. Now they're breaking the huddle, coming to the line of scrimmage with 2 seconds. Not going to get it off. That's going to be it. John Marshall's going to take this one 42-17. They get their 1st district win of the season, their 2nd consecutive win, and they advance to 1-2 in the district. Boomers still going to be searching for one, going into Cashion next week on the road. We'll step aside for a break and come back with the post-game show. You're listening to Boomer Football on Z92.